One, two, three. Kia ora te whānau. Can I just get the councillors to take their seats, please, and then we'll have a quorum. No mai, haere mai, haere mai, haere mai, and welcome to the Community Committee meeting for the 22nd of June 2021. It's my absolute pleasure to be chairing this great group of minds and souls today. I'm sure we'll come up with some great stuff for the community. As is our wont before each meeting, we open with a various prayer, karakia, greeting, spiritual enlightenment. We've been meditating, we've done pretty much lots of things from our wide and diverse group of interested parties in our community. And today I'd like to introduce Mylene, knew I'd get it right eventually, from the Seventh-day Adventist group. No, the Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints, my apologies. And look, the floor is yours if you'd just like to open the meeting for us.
Heavenly Father, we're truly thankful for this beautiful day. We're thankful to live in a wonderful community and that we live in a wonderful country that's free from strife and war. We're thankful for the privilege of performing civic duties and representing all the voices within our communities. We ask you, Heavenly Father, as we communicate and make decisions and discuss things, may we do so with preparedness, with thoughtfulness, and with kindness. We ask you, Heavenly Father, in conclusion, to please be with our families, both near and far. May they be safe and sound and happy. And we open this meeting with thankfulness in our hearts to be able to speak freely and with democracy. And we say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Mylene. Mylene was very nervous about today, so well done. You got landed in at the last minute, so good job. Thank you. All right, we'll move to apologies. I have a full apology from Councillor Hamilton today, an apology for lateness from Deputy Mayor Taylor, partial apologies from Councillor Gallagher, who is Martin around? Okay, and you're right, guys, just when you're ready, and then he'll be in and out, and Paula, you'll be off on mayoral business.
Yeah, I've got a lunch break, hopefully. Apologies,
I'll be away briefly on official business.
Got that, thank you, yep. All right, any further apologies? Okay, that's fantastic. Don't need to move, oh yes, I do need to move that. Move that the apologies be accepted. Seconded, Councillor Nadu-Rofe. Those in favour, show of hands, please. And it's carried unanimously. I welcome Mangai Te Pora and Councillor O'Leary on Zoom. Good morning in digital land. Nice to, hope you're feeling better soon, Angela. And I hope you don't get wet there, Te Pora. Great. All right, we'll confirm the agenda. I'm intending to run this in the order that it's written down today, although things may change, so with your leave, if we need to move stuff around, we will at time, but we will aim to get through this promptly and but give it due diligence. So I'll move the agenda be confirmed. Do we have a seconder? Mahangai Ollie. Those in favour, show of hands. Those against? Carried. Are there any declarations of interest? Do you all put your hands up because you're all extremely interested? Right, okay, thank you. Public forum, look at that before we go, before any further we're on. So we have 3 speakers in public forum. There are 2 written submissions as well, which I draw your attention to. I presume they're at the end of diligent. Is that right? Yep. From Sue Hardley from Parent Line regarding item 8, the community occupancy applications, and Nigel Kapoor with the future options for Beale Cottage, which we'll hear Kelly speak about in a second. But we'd like to welcome Fiona Keeley and Dina Wells up from the Hamilton Pony Club, speaking to the community occupancy applications, item number 8. So if you'd like to make your way up to here, guys, you're most welcome. Right, so the way this works is, I don't know if you've ever made a submission to council before, have you? Well, great, excellent. Thank you for leaving your horses outside. You'll have 5 minutes. There's the timer up there. I'll there's only a few of you, so I won't be brutal on time, but I'd prefer you did stick to it. Now, that does include questions, so if you could keep your address shorter if you want to answer questions from members of the committee. So your time started 3 seconds ago, so you're away.
Thank you very much for listening to our submission and inviting us along. My name is Dina Wells, and it is spelt slightly weird, and I am the District Commissioner of the Hamilton Pony Club, and beside me is Fiona, and she's the Committee Management for the Tauharoa grazing. We're here to support our submission regarding the renewal of the lease of land for grazing purposes. Over the last few months, we've been working with Karen and her team and hopefully supplied all of the required information for her to be updated and recommend her views. It's pleasing to know that she is supporting the submission as well. Currently, the Hamilton Pony Club have over 145 riding members, which is made up of 4 branches and the grazing site. These branches are Gordington, St Andrews, Koramatua, Tamahere and Te Akau. Most of our riders have private land, with only about 1 or 2 of them grazing at the Waikato Equestrian Centre, and they attend at the St Andrews Koramatua Pony Club. All of our riders and families are members, and we have a range of riders, from those who have won a New Zealand title down to 3 and 4 year olds that are on the lead. Recently, 2 of our members gained the A certificate, which is the highest certificate held in the Pony Club. The grazing site has provided the Hamilton City home residents a place to graze and ride their horses for over 20 years, and besides the Waikato Equestrian Centre, it's the only place within the city boundaries that does so. Hamilton Pony Club has a grazing committee in place, and they're responsible for the management of the grazing site, and they report on monthly progress at our monthly meetings. I've been in the role for 2 terms now, and during this time I've worked closely with Fiona and the grazing committee, and they've continued to upgrade, maintain and manage the grazing site. Currently, we have 13 horses on. They have the ability to increase to 15, but we're quite content with that number at this stage of the year, given it's winter. All the graziers are adult Pony Club members of clearly Hamilton Pony Club, and they regularly help out at our events. Many of the graziers have been long-term. The most common change is within the horses, sell, buy or deceased. But we feel it's really important to continue to provide this area of land for horse owners. It's a public domain, and so not only do the horse owners benefit, but all the people that get to walk through and see the horses also benefit. Any questions?
Thank you. Just so committee members are clear of the piece of land we're talking about, we're not talking about Puketi, we're talking about the bit in between Wairere Drive and Glen Lynn sort of area.
Yes.
You're finding that satisfactory, that land at the moment?
Yes.
Yep. Great. Any questions from the group? I think you got off lightly. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for making a submission today. Right, Kelly Pike, speaking on item 11. This is the future options for Beale Cottage Historic Reserve. Good morning, Kelly. You know the way it rolls, eh?
I do, yeah. And I don't have much to add to what I've already said to you a couple of times since last year, and that's just that I support what's happening at the moment and the council staff's recommendation for you to open Beale Cottage. It's actually really exciting, and I was pleasantly surprised, it doesn't often happen, but pleasantly surprised to see that in the agenda for today. And I can see that being a space for small garden events, meetings, art gallery and house museum as well. And I see these as things that we can do slowly but surely, and with the support of the community as well once you get the bones in place. I would love to see for the gardens to be prioritised though. It is the first thing that people see. And we've discussed my willingness to weed before, and I will again, but we do need to change the soil and the paving before we get volunteers in there to spend their time on something that will be effectively turfed out. So I'd love to see the gardens in place in summer, if we could. Wish list. I was not sure about how I felt about the museum administering Beale Cottage, to be honest, but I've had lots of conversations over the weekend about it, and I'm feeling a lot more comfortable now, and I do think it's the right place for it to be, so that they can do a lot of the groundwork, and then we can come in, as in the community can come in and make it a really successful attraction for the city and a place to share history. And I guess that is my other one little concern, is just making sure that this doesn't become telling the story of Dr. Beale. We've all heard those stories before, And I think while his story is part of it and it's super interesting, it needs to sit beside what happened before the cottage was built there or put there. I'm not sure which version to believe. So that's Inclusive Stories, which tells the story of Waipahihi Pa. The confiscations. I think we're at a place where we're actually mature enough now to be talking about this as something that happened in history, something that is not for us to feel shame for. This is an issue of the Crown, not for each other and within each other. So we can be talking about the confiscations and the impact of that. The interesting story of how Hamilton East was planned around Steele Park, and perhaps any learnings we might learn from how they went about city planning back then. I'm also interested in seeing a tie-in to food growing. You may or may not know that the Forrest family who lived there the majority of time in the 1900s were market gardeners, and there is still information out there, and there are still people out there who remember Maisie, who happened to be a librarian here for a number of years. I found that out just yesterday. Cool photos on the library's website. So I guess for me, I absolutely support what's on the agenda today for Beale Cottage, but it's just making sure that those stories are more inclusive and telling stories about the wider settlement of Kirikiriroa as well.
Thank you, Kelly. I really appreciate your enthusiasm, and it's contagious. And I'll make sure we ask about the order of renovations and work when that item comes up.
I'm just happy to see that. I think it was September or October last year when I was here. I didn't even know if it was getting cared for structurally, and I feel confident of that now.
Great.
And I'm really happy with, particularly Joanna's just explaining to me what's actually happening.
Fantastic.
Because a lot of that remains hidden from the public, not for any bad reasons, just
Of course.
you've got to dig for it through agendas. So,
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions from members of the committee? If not, I don't see any there. Nope. Right, you are free to go. Thanks, Kelly. Good to see you. Trevor McCarthy. Now, Trevor, this is your first time in front of a big group of people, so we promise to be kind.
That'd be great.
Yeah. Trevor, I'll give you a bit of a backstory to this. I met Trevor yesterday for a coffee. He sent me a very enthusiastic email about a project he's very keen on, and it ties directly in with the kind of things we're trying to achieve with our play strategy. So invited him here to speak, if you like, on behalf of his kids, really. So, Trevor, the 5 minutes, you'll have 5 minutes when the timer resets up there.
Grab that 1 minute, no, okay. Good morning, everybody. Thank you. Like Mark has said, I'm actually here on behalf of my two daughters, Georgia, who's now 9, and Kennedy, who's 6. They came up with an idea that they think would benefit the tens of thousands of children in our city in regards to their dead pets, which isn't a topic we normally talk about. But they feel that the city needs somewhere for the children to be able to go and remember their dead pets, who most of you probably have pets or children who've had pets. They become part of the family, and when we lose them, we lose that contact with them, and our children get impacted quite a lot with that. They feel that we need somewhere that the children can go as part of that grieving process, which, as a solo dad with 50% care of the kids, I'm trying to do whatever I can to encourage them to have a voice, have their ideas. They've been working on it for a couple of years with little bits and pieces here and there. I don't know if we've got a copy of that, but this is just a mock-up of where they would like to see the Rainbow Bridge, as they've called it. Those who aren't aware, there's a poem around the internet around pets. When they die, they go to a nice lush meadow area. They wait for us to die, and then they meet with us, and they go across the Rainbow Bridge into heaven, or whatever your version of that is. So they feel that would be really important for, like I said, the tens of thousands of kids we have in the city. They're quite happy, though. Their idea is to have it at the lake. You might recognise the little boardwalk at the back there. That's what they have in mind. However, they're quite happy if it's somewhere else, as long as it happens. So yeah, that's basically the idea. They're open for you guys, though, to come back to us with whatever thoughts. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, and I really appreciate you coming in on behalf of your kids. I think it's really inspiring. So you're not necessarily set on the lake boardwalk?
No, that was just their first thought, because it's a structure already built, so therefore it wouldn't cost the council anything to build something new.
Right.
Painting it, they had the great thought that some companies or businesses or whatever could donate the paint. So again, no cost to the council for outlay or anything.
Right.
The other thing they're thinking about is being able to put a little plaque with the pet's name on just somewhere on the rail or somewhere.
Okay.
Just that when they go there, they can see that's their pet. They have that connection.
All right. Well, Trevor, we've got your details if there's no questions from members. Lance will work with you and Maria and the team, and it may look entirely different to what they're expecting at the moment, but it's the process that seems to be the interesting thing. So, yeah, I just want to thank you for coming in.
Yeah, so we'll make contact with you, Trevor, and our parks team, and then work with you and your daughters and see what we can come up with. So,
Thank you,
yeah,
appreciate it.
Cool.
Great to have you in here. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good on you, Trevor. Safe travels. Give our regards to your kids. All right. Thank you very much. It was really good to have you here. Okay. Confirmation of community open minutes of the 18th of May. Do I have a mover that they are true and correct record? Kesh. Seconder. Councillor Max. Thank you. Any debate on the minutes? Any questions? All right. I'll move. Show of hands, please, that the minutes be accepted. And those against? Carried.
Motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Right, moving on to the Chair's report. I'll take that as read. The news in there, of course, is that we will be returning the $380,000 unspent from the COVID Emergency Fund. I just want to take this opportunity to thank the committee and council in particular for, first of all, putting it up. And I've made reference to Councillor Angela in there because I'll never forget that moment where she said, no, it should be $1 million, if you remember on that Zoom call. And so it became. So I thought that was a really brave move, and it was also extreme brave and supportive of the council to support it, scrutinise it, and to delegate Kesh, myself, Tapora and Andy to work with the community. It worked. I think it hit the sweet spot. As you can see, we didn't spend it all. We made some very hard decisions. It would have been very easy to say yes to all of it, but we think we hit the mark. 500 might have been not enough. $1 million might have been too much. So at this point, we'd like to put it back into the coffers. There's one thing I'd like to add too on here in the Chair's report, and that today's the 22nd of June. It's a very special day for our General Manager today, who is turning, I believe, 30. Again, yeah, I just want to wish Lance a very happy birthday on behalf of the committee. You're a stunning guy to work with. I feel incredibly safe and brave in your hands. And yeah, well, stunning can take many forms. Yeah. Yeah, see? As above. See? He just stunned us. Anyway, but I just want to say thank you as a chair. It's been an absolute privilege, and we have some good hearty debates from time to time, but I always feel well supported. And having talked around your team as well, they love you to bits, and they're incredibly proud of you. So thank you for the great job you're doing. So thanks, round of applause to Lance on his birthday. Thank you. You want to sing happy birthday? Maxine would like to sing you happy birthdays. Okay. Are there any other questions on the Chair's report? Any discussion?
Will there be a formal ceremony to hand back this $380,000 to the Finance Chair, given that something like that really occurs around this council?
Yeah, I thought about throwing a $380,000 ceremony, actually. No, there won't be. Any other questions? But thank you for your thoughts. Okay, well, if that's the case, I'll move that the Chair's report be received. Thank you, Councillor Kesh, for seconding it. Those in favour, show of hands. Those again.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Fabulous. Great. Moving on to the play strategy, item number 7. Right, I'd like to welcome our speakers up. I just want to introduce this one. At risk of sounding too enthusiastic, councillors, I view this strategy as the linchpin that holds all areas together. We're trying to build a fun city, a city where people can thrive, a central city where people want to be, a green city, and you know what, we do that through play. So as you go through this report, you'll see there's involvement from ambassadors of a wide variety of council areas, all focused on how we can make every part of our business more playful for our community. And and the ideas are starting to form. And while one of our tenets is keeping people safe, that shouldn't mean that we don't touch or stay away on everything. So this is a real change in mindset if we use the strategy well. How can we help our community enjoy their environment around them? How can they interact and engage with it? Now, I know Mayor Paula is very strong in engagement with community, and engagement is more than just sending out glossy booklets from our comms department. Engagement is touching and feeling and enjoying the things we do, the everyday things. And play is engagement, and that is one of our biggest drivers. So you may have gathered I'm reasonably enthusiastic about the strategy. So I'd like to welcome Nick and Matthew and Dr. Damien Puddle with no plastic ducks today, and we're away. So.
Morning, Koto. I'm just going to really quickly just open up and just a reminder about the play strategy that, as you'll all be aware, the strategy was approved in 2019. The local play advocate role has been in place since December 2020, which is Damien's role, of course. And at the February 2021 committee meeting, staff committed to regular updates on the strategy's implementation, which is why we're here today. I think that the details of the report kind of speak for themselves, and Councillor Marks introduced that pretty well. So I'm going to pass over to Damien and Matthew to kind of step you through some of the key parts of it, and I'm happy to answer any questions once they've spoken. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick.
Cool. Thank you, Nick. Thank you, Chair, councillors. Kia koto. Thank you for having us back. I did suggest to Chair Mark that we could replace all your chairs with exercise balls, but we couldn't get that in time. So if you're keen on that in the future, I'm sure we can arrange it.
We'll get back to you.
But I just wanted to start by saying that I'm absolutely loving the local play advocate role. It can be very complex, but it's highly rewarding. And the partnership between Sport Waikato and Hamilton City Council to enable my role to exist is such that I feel really well supported by both organisations. So I just wanted to thank the leadership within both organisations for their support. For Hamilton Kirikiriroa to be really a great place for everyone to play, which is the vision of the play strategy, and for it to be a fun city with lots to do, one of the 5 priorities in Council's vision for the city, there needs to be bold and collaborative action across Council teams in consideration of all of its infrastructure as potential play assets. And one of the best ways to enable such a grand scale of innovation is for Hamilton City Council to be the first council in the country to embed play and its award-winning play strategy into the district plan. This is incredibly timely with the consideration of other necessary plan changes, especially in response to the National Policy Statement on Urban Development. A district plan that speaks skillfully about play across the likes of facilities, transport, gullies, water, events and urban design will have the necessary teeth to work with developers and other city stakeholders to realise a whole city as a playground. And the Play Champions team that I facilitate at the moment has 22 staff representing many diverse aspects of council work. In addition to the professional development on play that I bring, these HUIs serve to identify the overlaps and the opportunities where teams can collaborate and bring their ideas to life. And I'd like to highlight 2 examples that are not in the report. One is H3's progress with a project around Willoughby Park beside FMG Stadium. And rather than simply doing like-for-like renewals with bollards and fencing, the team are really on top of the idea of overlapping outcomes. Their challenge has been to consider ways to commemorate the Waikato Rugby Union centenary and improve amenity near the park, as well as upgrading the Gate 4 concourse. They've been using the play strategy to tie these all together and exploring the concept of an obstacle course that also provides the necessary functionality of the bollards and celebrates all the colours of each Waikato rugby club and providing creatively designed public space, seating and bike parking that mirrors the theming of the successful stadium history wall. Another is recent progress identifying the overlapping value of accessible stormwater devices. The increased focus on above-ground devices not only increases the functionality of the device and opens the door for other purposes and strategy outcomes to be realised. By funding and prioritising safe access for council staff to monitor and maintain stormwater assets, there is the additional benefit of year-round public recreation access to these areas. Furthermore, careful consideration of planting and landscaping of new spaces and the maintenance of old ones can include more playful features like rocks and logs that also support biodiversity, whilst bringing together staff from across city development, city delivery, city waters and parks. The pop-up and spontaneous play opportunities that are outlined in the report and subsequent attachment represent the necessary first steps on this big and playful journey to ensure that all council teams understand how they can actually incorporate play. And so I make sure I take a lot of photos with me when I'm speaking with all the engineers, so that they can really incorporate play in the areas of work and influence. Areas until now that often have had only a traditional functional purpose. The progress and success within these spaces means that I have a meeting in 3 weeks' time with council and council staff to talk about the embedding of play into the district plan work program, something that even I, with my optimism, didn't think might happen quite so soon. So I'm happy to pass over to Matthew to make comments on the other aspects of the report. Thank you.
Ko Matthew Cooper toka ingoa no tita rāwhiri aho. I nāi nei ko kirikiri roa toko kāinga noho, ko aho ti kai whakahāri, mātua o Sport Waikato. Nō reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Just a quick explanation there. I whakapapa to Gisborne, but I'm a very proud Hamiltonian and also very proud CEO of Sport Waikato. And it's lovely to be here. I took Chair Mark's comments on the General Manager's 30-year-old birthday. I just want to say from a provider, we and also I think sport and recreation across Kirikiriroa, we are very fortunate and lucky to have someone of Lance Vervoort who is helping guide the community space. So happy birthday to you, Lance, as well. Just listening to Damien, there's a lot of, when Damien talks, we're very fortunate to have Damien be co-driving this play strategy. You can see the passion in his voice, and obviously that's backed by a lot of intelligence as well. First, there's a lot of firsts when we speak here. Firsts, brave, and innovative is what I like about what our city's doing. And the only thing I'd say about the bollards regarding rugby clubs, just make sure there's a lot of green and white in those bollards, because that reflects Hamilton Marist.
There will be one.
But
the one on the left.
I just want to see a lot of green and white, please, Council. No, seriously, just before I start, I want to give a little bit of context to the wider partnership with Hamilton City. I just want to acknowledge at the moment, Sport New Zealand are holding a Connections conference at Claudelands Event Centre for the first time. 250 delegates yesterday and today, and a big night last night at Claudelands. And just very proud to be there as, I suppose, a host in terms of Sport Waikato, inviting a lot of delegates from around the country to our city. And I know, talking to Raylene Castle, the Sport New Zealand CEO, she was just so complimentary of the facility and the last 2 days. So I just want to acknowledge Council on that as well. Just some wider context, just real quickly, from me, additioning to Damien's presentation through you, Mark, the development of an action plan for Hamilton City Council play strategy to guide priority projects to align to the strategic four key outcome areas. That's sitting inside internal with Council now to review that. Support the continued development of the Eastlink Sports Hub, connecting this hub with other established hubs across the region to share best practice. Just some context, this is a virtual hub, Eastlink. This is not about physical facility investment. It's more about focusing on the hubbing of how we improve the hubbing at Eastlink. The development of a collaborative transition plan to support alignment of sport to the seasons and take pressure off council infrastructure, such as fields, currently in progress with our city, with Waipa, with Waikato District Council, with Northern Districts and Waikato Rugby. So just wanted to highlight that as part of the work we are doing now to ensure we get better season transitions that takes the pressure off council with the fields here in Hamilton. The next one is support for Jansen Park feasibility study alongside council staff and consultants. Just some further context. Again, this is football have picked up the conversation after the result of the upcoming World Cup. Cricket and cricket also involved. It's an opportunity to look at hubbing So again, it's not so much around, I don't want council to be thinking, what is this plan? It's just more about, it's about hubbing. Where that comes in is there will be feasibility. We can pick that up through our active spaces plan, and if it needs an independent review, Sport New Zealand will support that. So I just wanted to make sure council realise that this is about investigating the around Jansen Park. A focus on supporting the development of women's cricket in Hamilton alongside Northern Districts Cricket and H3 in preparation for the World Cup in 22. Leveraging the Tūmanawa Fund. So Tūmanawa Fund is a fund that comes through Sport New Zealand, which Sport Waikato facilitates, and it's an opportunity to really focus on deprivation and on delivery. And some examples are in there in terms of the report where there have been the beneficiaries of that fund that we're facilitating that is assisting organisations with inside Hamilton City as well. There are other projects, Council, that we are feeding into, such as the Hamilton Girls High facilities planning work as well. So that I just wanted to give Council just an update that there's a lot of work going on between Lance's team and Sport Waikato.
Thank you, Matthew. Really appreciate your support, and pass our regards on to your organisation for us, if you would. Thank you. Questions? Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, thanks, Matthew. You just mentioned supporting Hamilton Girls High for facilities development plan or whatever. What about the Melville precinct plan? Yeah, are you involved in that as well?
Absolutely. So working and watching closely the development, how that works in terms of that. But that fits in. I think, Councillor Dave, we know that we've had provision for future development down the south side, and we've always known that there was earlier an earmark for another location. That's now seems to be more of a focus around what's evolving in the southwest of our city. So we are aware of the Melville as well. We just know that there is discussion about Hamilton Girls, and probably a little bit remiss of me, I know that there's been some excellent discussion and decisions made around the northeast again too. So well done.
Okay, thanks.
Great. Thanks, Dave. Councillor Kish.
Thank you for your presentation. It's really exciting to hear the update, Damien. Just a couple of questions about the spontaneous play opportunities. It's very exciting. So where are we at with the play streets? Is that, or when will that be ready, for the public or the community to be a part of?
So the feedback from the team that made the submission, which was a council staff member, is that it was wonderful. They loved it. It was super successful, and their neighbours want it to happen every 6 months, if not more often. So that was a great hit. Internally, council staff are now working through understanding of what the implications around insurance, particularly public liability insurance, and any legal requirements that it might be to be, I guess, empowering the public to make regular submissions on that work.
Cool. Will that be ready for summer?
It depends on what the answers come back on that. So we've heard back from insurance, and now we're waiting to hear back from legal.
Okay, awesome. And then just a quick question around the play trailer. Is that something for specific areas of deprivation in regards to the fund, or is that just for anyone who wants to hire it, or how does that work?
So the Tūmanawa Fund is open to any group applying, so long as it meets the requirements around deprivation, delivery.
Yes, and also, Councillor, targeting tamariki rangatahi. Yep. So it's a fund which there used to be a fund called Kiwi Sport out of Sport New Zealand, and it's shifted a lot now. So the focus has, and that Kiwi Sport was had a strong context on sport. Tūmanawa has a strong focus not only on sport but also on active recreation and play. Yep. So excitingly, when we think about where our city's going, it's a nice target and a nice opportunity for organisations to approach Sport Waikato who have a filtering process through that.
Cool.
And so in terms of the play trailer specifically, initially we were looking internally whether that might be valuable as a council asset that groups could book, as well as for use in council's own events and activities. But it seems perhaps more appropriate that some of the community centres pick it up and make more regular use of it. So we've pitched that to Fern, the Fairfield Elderly Resilience Network, and they love the idea, love the concept. And so now we're just waiting to hear back from Sport New Zealand on what the next stages of the part of the Tūmanawa funding is to make that application.
You answered my last question, which was what work is happening with the Enderley community. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Keech. The order I've got is to Paula, Sarah and Martin, but Martin, I realise you've got to shoot away shortly, so if you don't mind, I'll put Martin next. Councillor Martin?
Yeah, thank you. Can you confirm that?
Thank you, Te
and I'm not referring at all to the Taxpayer Union and other groups. I wouldn't do that. Can you confirm that this is not some kind of fluffy nice to have? This actually contributes to life expectancy in this country, that by people engaging in play strategy of all social demographic groups, that improves their chances of living potentially a longer life with good nutrition.
I don't have the research in front of me, but there's plenty of research out there that confirms that play is essential to life.
Can you confirm that we have an incredibly dedicated team with Sport Waikato and others to actually try and do that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Very useful. All right, we've got Te Māngai Te Pōra lined up on Zoom.
Thanks, Chair Mark, and kia ora Damien, Matthew and Nick. Look, I was just looking for more information around the culturally appropriate wellbeing as stated in the report. I was hoping to read through and hear a wee bit more about the engagement with Māori communities or the involvement of iwi.
So that's been a topic of discussion with some of the play champions within Council from the Community Advisor team on what is the most appropriate way to ensure that those voices are leading the conversation. So some of the preliminary discussion that we've had there is around tapping into some of the existing conversations that are happening around Council, for example, the development of a pāharakeke with the Peacock development and how the information and signage and conversations happening there, and how that perhaps feeds into some projects that have happened in other cities and other programs around learning how to weave and to create kites and ki for kiorahi and activities like that. So that's one of the initial things. But from some of these early, I guess, low-hanging fruit projects to kick things off and get council staff thinking about what it means to do play in their areas of work. One of the next pieces that I want to prioritise and help council staff with is item number 2, which you essentially alluded, outcome area 2, which is decision making is informed by evidence and community voice.
Kia ora, Te Pōra, Matthew. Just to add to that, Te Pōra, we at Sport Waikato, as part of our new way of working, of focusing on influencing system and also influencing the decision makers, we have historically had a relationship with Sport New Zealand that focused purely on Tainui and also Maniapoto. What Sport Waikato as a regional sports trust wants to focus and get a lot better at is having a far more regional focus around the way we work with iwi, the way we work with Māori. To do that, we need to start developing a regional approach to that as an organisation. We currently now have Patakawhia Maclean working alongside Te Puna Kōkiri and Sport New Zealand, Moana Lee at Sport New Zealand, to help develop that. But first we've got to create that, to have that discussion with iwi right across our rohi.
Thank you for that, and I know that there are great efforts being made at the system level. Coming more back down to the community though, so Peacock's has got forward focus. What about the now? I mean, we've got communities such as Fairfield where there's high Māori populations in there. I was hoping to read a wee bit more about that interaction on the ground in the report.
Yeah. One of the, it was a topic of discussion within the latest FERN community meeting, the Fairfield Insular Resilience Network discussion, and they themselves as a network, Te Papanui Trust, are surveying their own community to understand some of their needs, and so they are of interest. The Play Streets conversation is something that's of interest to them and for their community, but they're still out there collecting some of that information to understand whether some of these are valuable or whether there are other interests and play ideas that they would like support with.
Nice. And probably just the last question was around the Tū Manawa Fund, and if it does look at equity prioritisation or the equity balance in the application.
Absolutely, Te Pora, it does.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Te Pora. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick things. Interested in the free play, loose play, sorry, and the play trailer. Just in terms of some of the things that you mentioned you may have, tyres, piping, etc. Just wondering how that works on it. I'm not trying to be a killjoy because I think it's a really good idea. Kids put stuff together all the time. The health and safety aspect of that, how will that be managed, or where does the risk sit? So, you know, you put a crate out and somebody gets a giant splinter, and who's responsible for that, and how does that all work?
So it's part of the auditing process of those items. So there are a range of initiatives around the country and a number of councils and sports trusts and other groups that operate either trailers or these loose parts kits. And so there's been a number of schools in Hamilton that have collected some of these kits and they the staff in those instances audit those materials to make sure that they're fit for purpose in the same way that someone would pump up some sports balls and things like that to make sure that they're ready to use.
Okay, so it'll be in the hands of some kind of supervision or group that can, it won't be just, you're not going to just drop things off in a park and
Correct.
leave people to assemble. There'll be some structure around that.
Correct.
Okay, that's cool. I used to play on building sites when I was young, I'll tell you that. you wouldn't do that nowadays, but yeah. And the other thing I wanted to ask about is the the road closures. That will be horses for courses, I imagine. Some streets lend themselves very well, like this was a cul-de-sac, right? So it was really easy to just stop people going in there, but...
Yeah, so the concept is only for cul-de-sacs, essentially, low traffic, low risk streets, and not for through roads.
Okay, and in terms of also activating public spaces, it's something I've been quite passionate with. We've had a number of conversations, Matthew, about this, and including Garden Place right out the window there. What do you think council can do to assist more play in public spaces, if anything? I know we do things, so that's not a criticism of what we do. It's how do we move to that next level of enhancement in our public spaces and share the love around those public spaces? Got any views on that?
There are 3 determinants for a quality play experience, which are time, space and permission. Council in Hamilton does a great job in providing great spaces for people to play. I think at the last meeting you identified not always for older youth, but in general lots of spaces for play. Time is a difficult one to influence at times, but the other one is around permission. So there are a lot of people that are already using some of these spaces to play, but they get told not to play in their way. Whether that's...
building sites, that sort of stuff.
More I was thinking existing public spaces and the types of recreation and the trends and the changes in how people are wanting to recreate and then how other members of the public are perhaps complaining about that type of play and then City Safe having to respond to that kind of play.
Okay, that's interesting.
And just, yeah, Paula, I suppose mine's just observation. Skate park, seeing the skate park we have at Normandy around the significant shift in that particular place, but also one that really got to me when I was with you, Karen. I think when we were actually filming an award for Hamilton City Council at the skate park was watching and observing a elder person teach a little kid how to do a trick. Which was just superb, you know, like and not like me, Mayor Paula. The cap was reversed, and he looked an interesting character. I say that respectfully, but he was teaching this little kid what to do, and I just that sort of really resonated with me. And also being a Hillcrest resident, you know, again, I'm just focusing on your playgrounds and the fact that you put in a half court at the Hillcrest playground. Alongside an excellent playground facility. I think it was and Damien mentioned how you've actually brought in the opportunities for teenagers to do some things. They have a bit of a box going with music. the other day on Sunday when I was having a coffee at Jack's was just outstanding. It was just really outstanding. To that environment was a hub, and there was sport going on too on the velodrome. But it was just that to me has resonated the evolution of where we're at now around that play, that opportunity with graduating the ages to be able to also have
Mixing good.
Yeah.
And on that small point through you, Mr Chair, question at you or Lance is basically we had a program to put more half courts alongside some of the other playgrounds and some other spaces.
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about anyone in particular, but how are we progressing with because they are so extremely popular. I mean, we knew that ages ago when Burger King put theirs in, right? That it was going to be popular. So.
Yeah. It was something I was going to bring up in the 10-year plan, but I couldn't carry enough favour around the table for it. Remember, I presented it at our council
so there's no budget for half.
There's no budget for half courts, but Maria is incredibly good with renewals, and I'll hand over to her.
So you will notice that there have been more half courts incorporated into our renewals. Inniscommon, Glenview Parks recently opened, even the little Te Inawai Park. So it's certainly something that we're incorporating wherever we can, in amongst the community wants and needs for each particular site.
So sorry, one final question on this then. If a group wants to fund it, but they just need all the support and permission and everything to fund it, which I know is the case in Hamilton East, they're fundraising, can that happen in a more seamless way?
So absolutely, they can come and talk to myself and my team.
I think they have, so we should follow that one up.
We'll help them make that happen where it's possible for the site.
Mayor Paula, I'll give notice now that I'm putting an addition to the existing motion of receiving the report, that we ask staff to zip away and come back in September with some ideas around how to smoothen up that engagement, how to encourage more of that engagement. So I'm happy to have you second it if you want to, but I think there's an opportunity there that we could be missing through our own rules and processes. So, it's certainly don't want to cast aspersions on the staff and the great work they're doing.
No, but we've talked about this before, the opportunity, Lance, is there the opportunity to, how many of our playgrounds, even the one in Steel Park, have put in with the idea that they could be bigger if we got more money in the pot. So could we have a program where the community can buy a bit more, add it in with their funding, add it on?
So it's part of Indy's external funding program, the Playscapes, which includes that. And we have a function coming up soon for invited guests, but putting the word out in local communities, then Andy and Philippa's community development team are out there. And we're also encouraging Damien's cross-council team to spread that word, and also other staff like Liz at the pools who deals with a lot of different people so the word's getting out. And Mike's sitting down there too from the Waikato Times. I'm sure he'd like to let people know that if they want to put some money forward, that they could contribute to expanding our playscapes.
So through you, Mr Chair,
Mr
Chair, just some further information at some stage, if I might, about the process one might engage to add something onto something that already exists, so that we can make it easy for people. But that's subject to your thing, right?
Very much what I'm trying to achieve. Thanks for reflecting that, Mayor Paula. In fact, I wonder if we might put the motion up now, and at risk of jumping in front of you, Sarah, just while we're on this line. I think there are some great opportunities, and Indy and Lisa are snowed under with some massive projects, as you'll see a bit later on as well. So we're just trying to find ways to encourage the community to get more involved in the engagement, and like Mayor Paula said, paying and helping out, and without our processes slowing them down. So what I'm asking staff to do is to come back with a report on ways to further engage with the wider community, and it's not asking them to go out and look for opportunities, it's just seeking ways that they can do that within their current work stream. So would that answer your question, and we can reflect back on this in September?
I think so, and I think half of it may be around the process, about assisting the community with the process, because sometimes they know what they want, they just don't know how to do it.
Right, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Paula, appreciate that. Any more questions? You're sorted?
I'm perfectly fine, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. Morena koutou. I am really interested, firstly, in the play streets. How did you find the reception from because I looked at a lot of the feedback online and stuff, but how did you find the reception from neighbours on that cul-de-sac generally?
They loved it. So either all of them were involved in participating, or had to make other plans before hearing about the final duty permission to do it, and were gutted that they had made other plans. So only positive feedback from neighbours. And at the time of the event, the St Paul's gates are closed on weekends, and there were children there attending older siblings' sports matches, and they were all looking longingly through this locked gate that they couldn't come and attend the event.
I can visualise it. And for the process, so you're looking at making it really easy for people to do this, hopefully, going forward. Do they have to get permission from neighbours, or is it a notification? How does that kind of work?
Yeah, so to make this event happen, staff used an existing template that was developed by Sport New Zealand and Waka Kotahi.
Yeah.
And so in moving forward, one of the items that we want to explore is something that Council officially wants to endorse in terms of a process. And so that does include informing neighbours of the event and getting their feedback.
Okay, and you said it was the first zero-cost play street in New Zealand. So how did that work, and how do you think it's achievable to have a, successful play street with no cost to council for other communities?
So the intention of this wider pilot around the country on testing this Play Streets guidance resulted for various reasons in other localities where it scaled up, and so there were things where they were bringing in food trucks, or they were closing roads for an entire day. Sometimes they were more high traffic roads and things like that, and so council had a lot more involvement, or other stakeholders had lots more involvement in those processes, and so sometimes those had the similar expense to the temporary traffic management plans that you had to develop when you're digging up the road. And so, but my understanding of the project and where it was, the trajectory of it is to try and make it easy for residents wherever they live to play in spaces that they either traditionally have or may still do, but maybe don't do it as safely as council could support them with. And so this was free because council didn't have to supply anything. It was just signing off on the safety plan that was submitted. And so it was the residents that brought out their own play equipment out of their backyards or front yards and onto the street itself. So I certainly think that can be replicated. The challenge comes whether public liability insurance is a necessity, and therefore what are the requirements for that.
Okay, all right, well that would be good to have an update on that. My other question was just around, you spoke around the permission to play in spaces. Are you referring to skating in certain areres, or what were you
so skating and parkour are two examples. Biking, rollerblading, things where, the skating bylaw for Central City doesn't exist anymore, but there are still anti-skate signs up. So I guess in terms of the invitation to participate is not there, or where I'm out regularly playing in the city, but I get told from other people who are out playing in similar ways in the same locations that they're being told that they need to move on or do something, when apparently they should be allowed to play in some of these spaces.
Okay, all right, maybe that's something we could get a response from staff on around why the no skating signs still up if we've already passed that bylaw.
Interesting question. Nance, do you know? Where are you talking about? The ones in Garden Place, for example?
Is it Garden Place, Damien, or where is it?
Yeah, Garden Place.
I don't know. I think we just need to talk to the either Maria's team or IA and get them taken down. So
that'll be easy enough. Yeah, I don't think we need to go through.
So.
Yeah.
We'll make a note of it.
And have you spoken with City Safe, Damien, or how do we going forward actually ensure that we're not just responding to complaints and then disregarding people's right to play in spaces, and that there's the right balance?
So Paul Blumen from City Safe is on the Play Champions team, and they're very supportive of the strategy and the work that we're doing. I think one of the challenges comes around more around comms. I guess identifying to the rest of the public of what's allowed within this space. CitySafe isn't preemptively stopping any of those things.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Councillor Max.
Thank you. I guess while we're still talking about spontaneous play, I'm interested in the idea that you had about being able to use other infrastructure of council. I recall a bit like the mayor playing in some of the pipes that were going to be installed but weren't yet, jumping and running through. Whereabouts do you see some of that happening specifically?
So one of the examples was looking at bollards, and so usually the point is to mitigate against vehicles or something coming on and to ruining, doing burnouts and stuff on the nice grass, and so the functionality can be preserved while enabling other opportunities. And so IA has told me about another example where they have. Why does the bollard always have to be the same height? Couldn't they be slightly different heights and certain different gaps, in the same way that different playgrounds have stumps or logs that are different heights that border the park that you can walk around and balance on? There is one other example that's started already, but I will be working closely with the playgrounds team on their renewals to consider all of these different aspects. And so I have a presentation that goes through a range of this kind of infrastructure to show what a playful version might look like. Another example, which is in here, is the city's underpasses. They're already covered, usable spaces, often lit, and so IA has funded a climbing wall, climbing traverse in one of the underpasses. So it's looking at what these assets already exist. They perform a valuable functional service, but let's think creatively about enabling more of that.
Okay, that sounds great. I use that underpass, so we'll have a good old look at it and maybe climb up it. The other area of interest...
If you need help down, all right?
The other area of interest I have is in the access to school grounds and the work that you're doing there to encourage boards of trustees to open their gates for access. Are there any pilot schools that you've got in mind at the moment, and whereabouts are we at with being able to enable that plan happening?
Sure. So the update I can give is that Sport Waikato's Insights team has resurveyed all the Hamilton schools as well as neighbouring schools at the request of Council. So far we've had 28 schools respond to that, including schools that we didn't previously have data on. And now the community advisors and Sport Waikato staff are following up with individual schools to try and get 100% coverage. Councillor Angela passed on a request from the Principal of St Joseph's, which is immediately interested in enabling that opportunity with the school. So they're beside Woodstock School, which is another accessible school. I can, from the data we've received, I think there are another additional 6 to 8 schools that have identified an interest in partnering with Council on that work. So that's the
And is there a
next step.
cost implication for Council involved in any of that?
Yep, so
Access?
it would depend on the individual relationship with those schools. So we haven't told the schools what Council is offering, just that there is an opportunity to partner and understand what are the barriers for them, what would they need, what would they like from support from Council to enable that access.
And presumably will Lance have an opportunity to explore what those cost implications are and how we might be able to work with different areas and perhaps identify the most bang for buck or in the lowest deprivation areas to be able to...
Correct. So we'd bring back, if there's any cost implications outside of current budgets, then we'd bring that back to committee. we'll let you know anyway, but we'd probably get on with stuff if we can do it within current budgets, just so that we move things along, and then we keep you up to date through our regular updates.
And is there an opportunity to, rather than renew a park in a specific area, to reapply it to a different, into that school?
Maria's waving her hand down the back, so.
What was the word?
So we've got one school that we're currently working with where they have a playground, we have a playground, join the two together. So absolutely redirecting our renewals funding, working with the school to get a better outcome for the community.
Oh, that sounds great. And we'll be putting in some of the elements that Dr. Puddle is talking about to encourage teenagers to use, and adults as well.
This particular school has quite a focus on natural areas and natural-based play, so it is horses for courses, particular to the area. Yep.
Thank you.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Maxine. Right, no more questions. I'll move the motion up there. That is a receive a report, and that we could hear a bit more in the September meeting around ideas involving community consultation and opportunities for co-sponsorship, etc. I think that seems to be a pretty underlying theme of some of the questioning here today. I'll open up debate if we have a seconder. Thank you, Mayor Southgate. I'll just sort of say, look, I just want to draw your attention to page 25 of this excellent report. And the first thing my eyes were drawn to was that Play Street, and the big sign that said road closed. I kind of view it slightly differently. I see as, at last, the road is open. And, you know, this is a major mindset shift from what I can see that local government has had to do, from becoming a, if you like, there's always going to be a contest between health and safety and play and adventure. And as we move towards a more well-beings approach, in the council, I think we are going to have to deal with that more and more. And people like Damien, like Matthew, and all the people and staff that I see on this committee thing they've got set up, they're into it. They're right into it. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? I was really interested to hear Matthew talking about watching the older person teach the younger person at the court. And it reminds me of we were at the Whangataa Wharf over summer, and my son was doing manus off the wharf. And all of a sudden, a car full of what I thought were bogans turned up. Long-haired, tattoos, language was a bit colourful. Within 5 minutes, all of these guys were teaching my son how to do manus, you know. And it was that, and I've got video of it because it was the most beautiful experience of how my preconception of other members of our community was wrong. And it was through play that I was proven wrong. And it turned out to be a really positive experience. I want to see a lot of that. I want to see interaction. I want to see sparks between the community. So I think this is, you know, I know I'm perhaps a little bit more ambitious with it than some, but I think this is a real key to building a community where we can just enjoy each other a whole lot more and feel safer and healthier and happier. I love the Play Streets concept, and I love the fact you've started teeny, tiny, small, and are building it up, and you've brought the community with you. It's easier to do, as we've seen with smaller communities, and it's been very positive. So, you know, I just like to draw people's attention to the fact there is great stuff going on in street intervention out there as well, and I look forward to it building up. And I'm reminded also of lockdown, and when we used to have our driveway drinkies at the end of the driveway, and the kids would be playing Foursquare on the street, or everyone would be saying hello to everybody on the street, etc. And that was a kind of a utopia that I hope we can create in some of our streets further. So I'm very happy to move this ahead. Māngai, Ollie.
Thank you, Chair Marks. Speaking in support of the motion, I think this is a really excellent example of a strategy that is being implemented that has buy-in from by organisations, not just council, resources, not just from council, and I think it's really, really gratifying to see the implementation and the momentum that's been gathered on the ground. Particularly encouraged about you know, doing it with communities, not to communities, and waiting for community engagement to happen in the areas of low socio-economic deprivation, but hearing that this strategy and its implementation are postured and ready to support those communities at the appropriate time. So I think really well done to those involved, and encouraged to see a strategy grown by council, owned by more than just council, and having really good outcomes for the city. It's good to see.
Kia ora, Ollie. Mayor Southgate.
Thank you. Also speaking in support of this fantastic strategy that underpinned it, which was an active partnership, and now the implementation of the strategy in a visible way. And we're obviously getting a number of successes in the early learnings of this implementation, which is good. Won't surprise people that I'm passionate about our public spaces and people being able to really see those as a place where that they own and they can participate in activities of any sort. CBD, because we're getting infill as well, West Town Belt, become increasingly more important the more people you have in the city who want to access green spaces for play and other areas. And you know, I am pushing for making street closing a little bit easier in some of our particular public spaces, including this one down here, so that it isn't as expensive and cumbersome for people to temporarily shut a space off for good use. So I'd like to see that done. I really like your idea, Mark, around the making it easy for small funders and community groups and a bit of localism to add on to the current opportunities, because I know that many of our parks and playgrounds have got that ability to expand a bit more, and they were put in with that. But I think the public need to be empowered to know how they might contribute, whether it's money or funding or some other way with an event that supplements that space. So I think Hamilton is looking a very exciting place for play. The playgrounds that Matthew talked about are just some of the really excellent playgrounds. The lake is looking stunning. Both sides have different play opportunities. The skateboard area in Normandy, Hillcrest, the one in Dominion Road, awesome opportunities for people to play. But I do like the idea of people being able to devise their own play. And please, please, let's think more about our youth. But it's not just the older youth it's that middle band of children, too big for your swings and slide, but not big enough necessarily to hang around in teenage places. So what do we do that they like to do? You know, I think that's important.
Open
Thank
up
you.
the building sites, I agree.
You know, I know. Well, yeah, that
Just
was,
teasing you.
That was in the UK, just so you know.
Which is why she's here now. Right, just winding up. Okay, thank you, Mayor Paula. Great. Councillor Naidu-Rauf.
Thank you. I want to thank the team for their great work on this, on implementing this strategy. And like Mayor Paula said, there's a lot of exciting play opportunities to come. I wanted to talk about a couple of things in regards to play streets. As a child, I have these distinct childhood memories. In South Africa, we'd call it a bring and braai. Braai means barbecue, and we'd have little catchments, so 3 or 4 streets grouped together with a cul-de-sac, and every few months you'd bring your braai stand, and they'd set up the fires, and everyone just turns up with meat, meat and kids, and that was fun.
Meat kids.
So the adults can eat while the kids play. But that concept of play streets, it's so important, and Mark and I have talked about it since the beginning of this term. Just using it as a way to get to know your neighbors, for social connection. That sense of strong community, but also for added security, knowing who lives on your street and knowing that your neighbors are watching out for each other. The other thing I wanted to touch on was that that added bit to the motion and the importance of that process. We speak to lots of community members who say, the playground's being done, could we fundraise as a community to add an extra element into the play space? So what is the process for that? If we've got a really well-off resident in a certain suburb wanting to pay for something in a playground, what is the process that they have to go through to do that? Because it can be quite cumbersome at the moment. So just finding that visibility or transparency or that ease for people to know how to go about doing things. And the last thing I want to touch on is just to alert members of the committee that we're having conversation at the moment in regards to Central City play elements. In particular, I'm very passionate about having more play in the city itself, in particular Garden Place. I'm here most weekends with the kids, and there's not a lot to do, so that conversation has started. I'd like to see something, inclusive of all ages, but just the importance of entertaining families with recreation, but also, in the meantime, supporting those businesses with weekend shopping and things. So we've asked for a report to come to the Central City Advisory Group for further discussion before it comes back to this committee. There's already a play trail that exists within the CCTP, which identifies Garden Place as a major play area. So it's just starting that conversation again about how to, not a playground as such, but play elements in our city. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy. And Councillor Thompson.
Oh, thank you, Chair. What I really like about the work that is going on here is how creative it is in terms of using the resources that are already there, resources that are free, or injecting itself into our current work programs. Because play is often like that, like you can let your kid roam free and they'll find the kitchen utensil drawer or the pot cupboard is the most entertaining thing, although it's a lot of cleaning up afterwards. But I think that it means that this is sustainable in terms of not only being able to have play incorporated into many parts of our city, but also enabling the community to lead that play, and particularly with the play streets. To see that this is the first zero-cost play streets is really exciting, because it means that anyone in any cul-de-sac in any community can run their own play street. And I've heard lots of comments around, what's a park for if you're getting the kids to play in the street? Or we've been told to keep our kids off the street for all these years, and now we're telling them to play on it. Actually, this is about reimagining streets, because they are not just for transporting people, they are public spaces, and they're about connecting people as well. And so to see that neighbours can actually walk out their front door and connect with each other is really exciting in terms of building communities. And we met some of our neighbours during lockdown that we'd never spoken to before, and this is actually enabling us to do that again. So I can't wait to see the guidelines come out that let any people in our city do this themselves. So thanks for that work.
Thank you. Councillor Gallagher. Sorry, I think I see you jump the queue there.
I accidentally dropped off and then accidentally dropped back. But I think, can I say, encapsulated in terms of the Bring a Bri, and I have to say, Kesh, things like Bring a Buy or robots, which are traffic lights in South Africa, were confusing when I first visited there. But to both Councillor Kesh and Councillor Sarah, in my view, capture the new modern vision, thank goodness, for what our community should be. And someone once said in this chamber several times, cars are for, roads are for cars, not people, which is, I think, somewhat weird. Because what you capped, and I, bear with me, years ago, sort of at a similar phase of life, lived in the UK, and I experienced that amazing cul-de-sac where neighbours did come out and talk to each other, where there was play space, where there was the small green to kick a ball around, where there was the barbecue, where there was the peri-urban walkways and all of that. So I think, that's a vision that is hopefully there for community. And I think when we move forward, it's important that, with the work that Ryan Hamilton and the District Plan Group are doing, so that, how do we design, how do we shape cities? And of course we've got Peacocks, which is the you know, a whole green canvas in a sense. I just want to, first of all, pay tribute to Sport Waikato and our staff and the many other volunteers. They are the heroes. They are the heroes, the volunteers, the people who help with our kids with sports, who get out and do the play stuff and with the kids. And they're heroes for the simple reasons I alluded to in my questioning, is because if you get this right with decent activity and play and life, then you actually get to live longer on this planet. So this is not just about a little kid playing in a street or playing in a park or having play opportunities. This is about living a long and healthy and worthwhile life. I'll just make one point, and it comes down to urban planning, and you've heard me on this before. I was at a nature and wellbeing seminar the other day in my new capacity as environment chair. They talked about per capita green space. That was an interesting concept, and obviously green space in its totality, you know, and we've got to just make sure that with our urban planning, the kids are not prisoners of some grotty flat with a car park and don't have decent access to good common play areas. That's just good urban planning. We've got to make sure that the kids, wherever they live in this city, have a degree of equality of access. And I have to say, can I just show you this picture? It's of Restreva Street. I have to tell you that the fossil-fuelled consumption cars are going to remove that play space, and they're moving back into Restreva Street. After the trial, the cars are back and possibly the people are gone. I hope that we might have a bit of reflection on some of the good aspects of the recent trial. I will finish. On the recent trial and get the right balance, Mr. Chair. This is a fantastic report, and I'm so grateful for the wonderful, innovative team that have put this together, and I'm so grateful that we're going to make a decent city as a result of this.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Van Oosten.
Well, thank you, and boy, that's a hard one to follow, Mr. Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher, and I note your new and found passion for our environment, and it just shows you can teach everyone at all stages of life new things.
Just saving your point of order there for you, Martin.
Which is also reflected in our new strategy for play, and I'm really encouraged by the new way of thinking about using our infrastructure and parts of the city that have been off bounds in the past. It's a really great to see that when we're building new parks, that we're thinking about the whole of our society and how they might use it. And most recently, when the Hayes Paddock Park was upgraded, the first people I saw on it were a group of teenagers who were not swinging on the swings, but they were standing right at the top of the structures and walking across the top and being adventurous and using it in the very best way that they saw suited their needs. I was there in the weekend and with grandchildren, and they were using it in a different way. My dog was dying to get on it, but there's a no dog policy, so happy to follow that. But the point of that is there's exercise equipment for older people to be able to use, you know, adults to use, but the kids use it just as much. So it's there for everybody, and if we can imagine it, it will happen. The really nice thing about that also is that we've broadened our thinking about using the whole of our city, and that's also including the shut-off parts that schools are now thinking about opening their gates for not just their students, but the whole of their community, and it builds communities, and it builds a real pride in all of the city that we own. So I'm really excited to be able to see that developed further, and the opportunities that gives our communities and the schools to be able to engage with that wider community through that activity. And that, you know, of course we can consider how we spend our money in the very best way to support the well-being of all Hamiltonians. So thank you.
Thank you, Maxine. No more speakers. I'll just Nothing on Zoom? No? Okay, look, I'll just wrap this up. It's, as I know, we've come a long way, we're changing day to day, but tell me, where do the children play? So I just wanted to give you a song rash to take through the morning tea break, which will come next. We've gone back to those days, which is fantastic, I think. Look, some streets are for cars, some streets are suitable for play, and I think that's what we've achieved. There's a really nice balance here, that we've got something a little small and we're building it up to something bigger. And look, we all know what's going on out there at the moment, but we all know what's possible as well. And so thank you for this little process. When I say little process, I don't mean to be patronising. That's when you talk down to people. But what I mean is, it's successful. You know, it's successful. It was quick. It was smart. Great. Kids will play on anything that we let them play on. The question is, when do we stop them being kids? And that's the kind of thing we need to really look at as a community committee in particular, is enjoyment. It's connection. Play is engagement. As I said when I was introducing this, play is engagement. Engagement is more than just sitting around sending out, you know, ticking boxes or doing some of the great work that our community, our comms department does. Engagement is physically getting involved with our city, and that's where, this is the key. This is the absolute key. It's really interesting when we talk about watching the kids play. There's, I think it was Sheffield, where there was a big open lot where a building had been demolished, and I think the council there said, right, we're going to put a path across it. And someone said, hang on, Taihoa, just wait. Let's just wait and see where people want to walk. And they watched where people wanted to walk, and then they put the paths down where people wanted to walk. That's the kind of thing that this is driving towards. It's not on our staff to always have to come up with ideas for where people shall and shall not play. This, I think, opens this up beautifully. It connects with our community in a large way, and that's why I've put B into here, because I think we've got some really great opportunities. Not only are there people who want to play on things, people who have greater ideas than we have, but we've got people who want to pay for stuff as well. So let's open it up and see what we can do. So, look, we will just do this by a show of hands, this one. Those in favour of A and B, the motion, show of hands, please.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Fantastic. Hey, look, it's time for a cup of tea. We'll come back at 11:10. Matthew and team, you're more than welcome. Trevor, thank you for coming in. Really appreciate your input to this. I hope this helped. Yeah. Thank you. So, yeah, 10 past. Cameras off. community occupations. Karen, welcome to the table. And as you'll see, we've got 4 occupancy applications here, and the updates are in there. We'll take the report as read, I guess, but it's over to you.
Yep. So kia ora, Mayor and councillors. So today's community occupancy report is seeking approval for 4 new lease applications. They're all existing leaseholders. So we've got the Girl Guides Association at Hamilton Gardens, Hamilton Pony Club at Tahara Park, Parent Line Charitable Trust at Palmerston Street Reserve, and Waikato Kindergarten at Beetham Park. So I'll take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Okay, Councillor Dave.
Sorry, Karen, just it's a technical question to do with the Hamilton Pony Club and the charging. The amount of land is quite large compared with just probably any other lease, or most anyway. We're not charging them the same rate, presumably. There's a special rate because it's land that we wouldn't be using otherwise? Or?
Not because of that. There is, so land area is obviously a lot cheaper than building area because the rental's based on per square metre, but it's a sliding scale for land area. So obviously as it gets larger, it gets cheaper. And they're the second largest land leases, the other one being the other horse club, the Waikato Combined Equestrian, have the largest land area.
So that's in the original policy that we had,
Yes.
that sliding scale you're talking about?
Yep, so it gets quite cheap. As
Per metre?
Per square metre.
Yeah.
So, for example, the first 100...
I'm not looking to charge them more, by the way.
No.
I'm just trying to understand it.
Yeah, so for example, the first 100 square metres is at $6.75 per square metre, and then, for example, between 10,000 and 100,000 is 0.60. So,
gotcha.
Yeah, it's worked out.
Okay, no, it's good. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Beg pardon, Mayor Southgate.
Just in terms of the Tauhara Park, which is quite a big area really, just the term of the lease is 7 years. The Girl Guides get 10 years. Is there any reason why only 7? In that instance?
So the maximum they could apply for was 10 years. So I looked at between sort of 5 and 7 years, slightly less than the maximum, because I felt the group sustainability was quite vulnerable because of the size of the group. There's only 11 owners that graze that land. So, for example, if they, some of those pulled out or they couldn't find grazers, it is quite vulnerable, the sustainability. And also their financial model is pretty much a break-even model. But also I felt that a slightly shorter time frame would give council more flexibility with that site, given with the nature in the city, if we wanted to do some development through there, that shorter time frame gives us a earlier review opportunity.
What sort of development would you see being done in there?
Possibly like path connections through there, so opening up more public access through that natural area.
Right. Okay. So the area they use most, apart from they do go, I used to walk across that bridge all the time. The area they use most is underneath that footbridge in Harrowfield footbridge thing. They do use some of the other grass paddocks as they rotate their grazing. So not all of that is required though, is it?
They use the whole area. If you look at the leased area map, so everything within the red outline, which is the leased area, they use the whole lot for grazing. And as you said, they rotate the horses around the paddocks. And then, the activity in terms of the sand arena and some of the
sheds and
fencing and the sheds and things is under that bridge area. But I've reduced the leased area, and that's hence a very squiggly outline, but to remove the natural vegetation areas, the gully network and some of the bush areas, because it's not actually usable space or grazing land for the horse club.
Okay, I was just wondering why they had the shorter lease predominantly, and it's
Yeah.
it's not necessarily top class gully at the moment, is it? It's actually quite a big weed patch in many parts of it. So you're saying it would give us flexibility to get in and do gully restoration? Could that not be done alongside the club? Or?
Yeah, no, we can do that regardless. It's more about, you know, whether we did any path development, potentially taking that out of the leased area. Or, you know, I don't have a crystal ball, but it could be any sort of development or public access areas, whereas at the moment the red outline is exclusive use for the horse club.
Yeah, okay. There again, oh yeah, no, that's a cow-splitting debate. I know that there were some ideas mooted for that land last time that I didn't agree with, but anyway, that's all cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. I guess it's quite unique in that the clients are actually, they're not walking on the land, they're eating it. That's fantastic. Okay. Don't see any of the other applicants doing that. Councillor Thompson.
Oh, thank you. I think my question may have been answered. It was also around the Tauhara Park and trying to understand what you meant in terms of nature in the city. And I guess in terms of this piece of land, if in the future the club decides actually they no longer want to lease it, then has it been considered as an opportunity for restoration and adding to that 2% vegetation cover, or are there what considerations have been given in terms of future use?
Answer that.
So absolutely yes, which is part of the reason why Karen's removed the vegetation area from the lease. A, because they couldn't maintain it, and B, because it represents a reasonable opportunity for us. Should they not wish to lease that land anymore, it would revert to council. Council could choose then to take on the maintenance themselves or see if there was interest from other grazing groups.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I think we've all been circling around the same point. Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, it's a lovely area, and I've personally been part. We had a horse. Daughter had a horse there. It's a lovely area. But can I just talk about? We've obviously got the equestrian centre on the other side of the river. What geographically? What other sort of facilities are there in the city? I think there's East Town Belt. There's one.
There is a lease of the cemetery land in Vale Road that is occupied by horsing activities, the centre out that you've referenced, and this piece of land.
Right. And I see that the lease is for 7 years. So within that 7 years, there would be a review of picking up Sarah's point, a potential subject to appropriate location.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, with no further questions, what I'll do is I'll move the suite of all of them, seconded by Councillor, Dave. Sorry, Ollie, you're next. Is there any debate on these? Okay, no debate. All right, we'll just do it by a show of hands. Those in favour? Those again?
Apologies, Councillor O'Leary. Are you voting for or against?
I think I saw a hand go up. For. Yep.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you, councillors. Right, thanks, Karen. The alcohol control bylaw. Sandra and Kelvin, welcome, welcome, welcome. So, Sandra, I'll get you to open up by sort of contextualising it and trying to, or explaining the problem we're trying to solve.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. The alcohol control bylaw, we were requested to review this, and it's been going through the process for a little over a year now. When we last came before you, which was at a councillor briefing, we clarified that it was predominantly around Steele Park, and that given that parks were doing a facilities upgrade of Steele Park and a consultation process last November, we decided to wait until that had occurred, so that we could feed that consultation process into this decision. Parks did a really good consultation. It was quite robust and quite widespread. And the feedback that came back from that did not support extending an alcohol ban any more than is currently there. Also, the facilities upgrade is expected to reduce the antisocial behaviour that is occurring at Steele Park. and therefore we are recommending that we do not make any changes to the bylaw at the moment. We wait until that facilities upgrade has been completed, monitor the situation, and then come back to the bylaw if there is a need. So if there's any questions.
One at a time, please. Okay. Well, if there are no questions, we're just catching up a bit. Okay, well, if there's no questions, I will move the staff recommendation. Yeah, sure.
Sorry,
Dave.
but it's sort of to the side a bit. What about the alcohol sale bylaw? When's that coming back? Just timeline on that.
Yeah, good question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Just off the top of my head, I don't know when that's up for review. I haven't.
Didn't we kick it for touch in the last council because we there were too many legal sort of vagaries that we weren't sure about, and we.
You're talking about the hours.
So you're talking about the local alcohol policy?
Is that what it's called? Yeah.
Yeah, the local alcohol policy.
I don't know the alphabet soup, these names.
Council made the decision to cease that. There had been the appeal, and that was sitting in Wellington, and so there is no plan at this stage, as I understand it, to bring it back before council unless there is a demand from council.
Okay, I'll take that offline. It's not. It's really on the side of the question. Yeah, but thanks for that.
We'll make a note of it and get back to you about that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's worth a conversation. Mayor Paula. Thanks, Dave.
Just in terms of the Steel Park issue, and it makes some reference in the report to the police believe that's because of the proximity to liquor outlets, etc. There are actually quite a lot of liquor outlets out in our community that are within walking distance. I'm just wondering if there was any reflection on the pavilion and the role that it plays as a gathering spot for people to drink in Steel Park, because it seems to me that they're not sitting out in the middle of the park, they're sitting under the pavilion thing.
Our experience has been that is where the people will gather, and that's the people are going to gather wherever they can, and there is a provision that they currently sit there and they feel comfortable there. Their presence, and often our experience has been the number of complaints that we get is about their presence rather than necessarily about their drinking behaviour or anything else. Yes, alcohol is involved on some occasions, but it's the complaints we get tend to be about the presence of that group rather than exactly where it is that they're sitting.
So what's the primary objection then? You can't have presence offence at a group sitting there if they're all jolly well behaved and everything, can you?
We have a number of complaints that come through that people feel uncomfortable by the presence of this group. It is a relatively identified group. We're not talking huge numbers here. They tend to be locals from within the local area. At times they will have alcohol, and at times their behaviour may be antisocial. But they are not antisocial on every occasion. And the complaints sometimes that people just feel uncomfortable, or to use some of the words, unsafe, because of the presence of these people rather than because of what it is they're actually doing in the terms of their behaviours.
Okay, and I was just interested in the Hamilton East University area, because I've been out with Kiwi Watch a couple of times, and it's very fascinating what you do see on the streets at that time of night. If gathering in a public street and drinking lots, how would this be picked up in here? If it causes, you just rely on the police to call a halt to it because it's antisocial behaviour, or it's noisy, or it's rowdy, or what control do we have that? Because in some of those streets in and around the university, it's exactly what they're like. The parties are all on the road.
The liquor ban bylaw, the liquor ban already exists for that. So if it's after 10 p.m. at night, anywhere in the city, in a public space, if you're drinking, you're in breach of the bylaw. So there is a provision that already exists between 10 at night and 6 a.m. in the morning. The enforcement provision for that is through the police, and the bylaw gives them the power to issue an infringement notice.
Right.
I'm not aware of, the complaints about that in that area tend to be later in the evening rather than in the middle of the afternoon.
No, they're later in the evening, yeah. No, just raises the question of what we do about enforcement of bylaws. Having a bylaw is one thing, the ability to enforce it, and I wonder what we can do to be more on point with enforcement.
The alcohol control bylaw is the point of difference under the LGA. It's the one that actually specifically allows for the police to be the enforcement arm of that, and to have the ability to issue an infringement notice. We have no ability to issue infringement notices under any of the bylaws that council enforces itself.
It's an age old.
Mr. Chair, it's probably just worth a further conversation to understand what is the real picture behind alcohol in the city, where it's occurring, when it's occurring, and the ability to enforce. Because there is a bit of a difference between daytime drinking and nighttime drinking.
Yeah,
but,
and
anyway.
I just speaking to that, I had this discussion with Sandra just before this to see if this was the, if this was the issue. This seems to be more of an isolated group that we're dealing with here. But I agree. I think we should have a further conversation offline around that. Yep. So if we want us to minute that.
And just through you, Mr. Chair, some understanding with the renewals around Steele Park and the pavilion, toilet block, etc. What's planned for that, using some enhanced TED, environmental design, and I think would be really. I mean, you wouldn't build it the way it is now if you were starting scratch, right?
Yeah, widely agreed, I think. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Maxine.
My question also. Your report around Steele Park talks about the planned upgrade and change of the environs around there. Is it your view that the nooks and crannies that are there at the moment enable the kind of behaviour that does worry the public?
I think that's very much a given.
And is it that once that development starts, that will also be able to see people moved on because what will it be fenced off, and there won't be buildings there for them to.
One of two things: either it will be fenced off and will keep people out, or people will have to find a way to try and get through the fencing if they want to carry on their behaviours. But I suspect it will tend to result in a bit of a relocation of these people away during that construction phase.
Is it going to be a risk for other parts of Hamilton East? And how might we
That's always going to be.
that?
I mean, Wellington Beach would be that. In the past, when we've had people there and we've spent time and energy in working with them, they relocated to the Wellington Beach, which became more of a problem because it's a more isolated area, people using it when they're going around the river. That was seen as being a bigger problem.
Okay. Although there's a fabulous cafe there now and a lot more activity around and people there, and that dissuades that kind of activity, do you think?
Not the position of the cafe. I wouldn't think would have a overbearing attitude on these people where they are like gathering around Wellington Beach.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Calvin. Thanks, Chair.
Just to keep us regularly updated, and I'm aware of the vision in terms of the LTP and the Hamilton East plan, which you've all read and thoroughly studied. And I think, it would be really good to see, because obviously what you're saying is don't do stuff until we've actually completed the works on Steele Park. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
And obviously, if there's a movement of an issue, then you'll keep us apprised of that, no doubt.
Correct.
Yeah. Just a quick question. Obviously, with our integration with, forgive asking you, but of our City Safe people, probably going to give me the obvious answer. Just, the response, if there are, if residents are feeling uncomfortable, because Steel Park is a community facility for all, obviously. What's been our interaction with police in terms of just the sort of response time and people, monitoring the problem and trying to intervene and talk and engage with certain individuals who might live locally who should be encouraged to not engage in antisocial behaviour?
We have obviously lots of contact with the police, both for the complaints that we receive and the complaints that police receive about actions or activities at Steel Park. The fact that the caller might say that there's some drunk people in there causing problems, and when we attend and we find it's a group who may be sitting there spending time together, they may or may not be under the influence of alcohol, but if they're not actually sitting there drinking as such, they're not doing anything wrong, and they are members of the community and entitled to use the public spaces.
I mean, the key issue is people not engaging in intimidation. I guess
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And I just.
Yeah, but you say some people don't differentiate between people just having a chill out time versus people who may be engaging in intimidatory behaviour.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Calvin, in terms of us not being able to issue infringements for our own bylaws, which is crazy, if that does change ultimately, would it be worth then reviewing the bylaws again? Would that capacity to enforce still be an issue? What would it look like at that point?
We'd need to have a significant step change to the Local Government Act for that to occur. If that was to occur, then that would open up a range of possibilities across the complete range of bylaws that Council currently enforces. We only get through this because there is a dispensation into the LGA which allows police to specifically do the alcohol bylaw. And unless there was, say, a driver to bring about an amendment to the LGA to give council more power, I don't think that's going to happen.
The other question I had was just following on from Councillor Dave around the local alcohol policy. I raised it with Mayor Paula about having a discussion around this. I'm just wondering what the right forum might be to at least the local alcohol policy, and because it was kind of I understand the last council just dropped it after some challenges, but there could be the opportunity to have a light version or something which is maybe a bit of a compromise, but could still,
I think where that landed, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, where that landed was it was going to be slotted in at some stage after August because we were just so busy up until then. So it was an after the break one, but we hadn't got around to talking about the structure of that. But we can. Sorry, it's a loose end.
So maybe if we could catch up on that. Yeah.
If we need to revisit, would that work with you?
Yeah, because my understanding is also there's a local alcohol policy, but in places like Nelson, they've also used their district plan for some parts of kind of. So it would just be useful to have a joint up conversation with, say, Luke O'Dwyer in the room too, to understand what's possible.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea. Okay, we'll work on a briefing.
And who? And Community Law Centre, yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Not a problem. Okay, if there are no further questions, I will move the staff recommendation, A, B and C.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Oh, so I didn't see your hand there, Laura. Hello. Big pardon. Okay, well, it's been moved and seconded by myself and Maxine, but we'll go your question there. Tapora?
Thank you. Kia ora koutou, Karen and Calvin. Look, I just had a question around on page 46.11, their staff proposed to work with other agencies. I was hoping to understand a wee bit more about those other agencies and if they relate to perhaps other social matters that are in play? Because you're talking about a specific group.
Yeah, so it's one of those, there are currently community organisations who provide social services and who work with people in socially deprived areas and who are also currently know the group that is in Steele Park and have, interacted with them before. So it's about working with those organisations and groups to look at what can be done between now and the facilities upgrade, and whether there is a need for any further interventions. The complaints levels appear to have sort of dropped off a little bit over winter. It's cold and wet, they're not there quite so much. So just sort of monitoring that situation, talking to them and making sure that, we sort of can identify any measures that can be taken until the area is fenced off and that facilities upgrade begins.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Tapora. Sorry about missing you there before. All right, so it's been moved by myself, seconded by Maxine, who's had to leave the room, but she can still second it, which is fine. Do we have any debate? I'm not going to choose to open a debate on it unless someone wants to rip into it. Nope. Okay, thank you. All right, well, in that case, all those in favour? So, a show of hands, please. Those against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Thank you. Good stuff. All right, Andy, you're up. This is the Community and Social Development Outcomes, the Inclusive Community Engagement Report. Andy and Philippa. Dana. Dana. Yep. Magically transformed. Cool. Welcome to the table. Great to have you here. It's all yours, Andy.
Cool.
And
Kia ora, councillors. Manga Māori. Really want to start by just acknowledging the great cross-council work that's been involved in seeing a more diverse community voice participating in our recent consultation and engagements. This report speaks to a targeted element of the broader work that's been undertaken during He Paumanawa Order and a recent long-term plan. And it's a privilege of mine to be able to, I know that many of you know Dana, but in this format here to introduce her to you, who's our Council's Civic Engagement Advisor, and really can add a lot more colour and story to the report and the specifics that are in there. So, thank you.
Kia ora koutou. So for those who don't know me, ko waio, ko Dana Iriapa Hau, he uri tēnei no Ngāti Hawa, ko Te Pora Toku Whanaunga, no Te Tio o Hawa Marae. So my name's Dana. I am from the tribe Ngāti Hawa, which is one within Waikato, and Te Pora is one of my whanaunga, so we come from the same marae, Te Iti o Hawa. So I am the Civic Engagement Advisor here, and I look at how we can increase the amount of Hamiltonians who participate in council processes. Yeah, the report that we have today is definitely an example of how we are improving the way that we approach community engagement. So I think one of the key things within that report is how we are actively going to communities and the staff within council who are willing to do that. So naturally our team do go to communities, whereas other council units are not necessarily proactive in that space, but we have seen a shift in the way that we work with different units, and in particular with the communication and engagement unit. So I've seen within their processes as well is just literally going to communities, and that's a really successful approach. And highlighted in the previous item as well with the Steele Park consultation was that we proactively went into that community to talk to people who use Steele Park. So that's why it was really successful, and I need to breathe. And so He Paumanawa Order and the long-term plan were a big part of that. And so one of the roles that I play is around youth engagement and how we are talking to youth in particular. So you'll see in the report that there was a lot of engagement with schools. So I don't think the report talks about what we actually did with those schools, but it talks about some of the numbers. So I think a really good thing to note was that we went into schools and we have partnerships with different classes, and so they have different subjects. So one school in particular, we went and we did math lessons around the long-term plan, and yeah, I didn't actually remember what geometry was before I went into that class. But we focused on the 2 projects in the long-term plan that have that looked at different roads in Rototuna. So we looked at the geometry of roads and how, if you look at different intersections in Hamilton, you see that they are basically geometry and angles and shapes in some formal aspects. So we got the kids thinking around, okay, with what you're learning in class, how does it relate to what you see every day in Hamilton, and how does council play a part in that? So it was really interesting to get their thinking around how, say, 5 Crossroads, for example, has a roundabout put in there, and how geometry and the way that roads are designed has an impact on safety. And so we looked at how putting a roundabout into those 2 different intersections in the long-term plan can provide safety benefits for communities. I feel like I'm talking a lot.
You're doing great.
So yeah, we don't talk about how we engage with young people. So these are some of the examples. And another example is during He Paumanō Ora, we were approached by a school to engage with them. And they came into our council building. They sat in this room right here where you're at. And you may not have actually known that. And we talked about all the different po and how each one related to them. And just to note, there is no obligation for young people to fill in a submission form when we're going into schools, but they have that option if they like. So, yeah, they've sat right where you're sitting, Chair, and also Lance.
We were squished over here, weren't we, if I remember rightly? It's good debate.
And, you know...
Take it.
Trust me, they take over when they sit in this room. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we see that young people are really willing to engage with us, but we have to proactively go to them and bring them into our space, because this is quite an intimidating space for someone to walk into without having that support. So, how we look at community engagement is really going to people and then bringing them into this space.
Thank you.
We're really happy to take any questions that you might have for us. But yeah, thank you, Councillor.
I will say, I've seen you in action, Dana, out there in the community, and you talk about this being intimidating. Often for us, going out into those groups is intimidating, but you own it, and you're very good at what you do. So thank you for what you're doing out there. Manga Ollie.
Thanks, Chair Mark, tēnā kōrua. Just to reiterate that point, I think it's a great way of engaging with Māori communities is through kohanga kura, whare kura, schools, whānau units, and wonderful to go to Waikato University to Te Tohu Paetahi. I think that's really good engagement. That's maybe been a little bit light in the past, so well done.
Thank you for that question, Ollie. All right, and we will finish with the questions. Mangai Te Pora. Saw you that time.
Thank you, Chair. Tēnā kōrua. Look, I think that the paper's great. It's colourful. It's, it's boosting force with all these young people's voices. Can we expect to see within this committee or any other committee more young people showing up to talk about issues that impact them? Have we got into that stage with the work that we've been doing?
As part of any of our consultations or engagements around different topics that we're presenting, I guess there is always the opportunity for young people, and we've had a few in the last year who have come and have been passionate about particular articles that have been spoken to by the committee. So it's definitely an option, and I would say hopefully more of our community are engaged with the work that we're doing, and therefore all, from young to old, take up the opportunity to come and speak face to face, kanoi te kanoi. So I would say aye.
Kia ora. Thanks, Te Pora. Councillor Nobody, okay. All right, well, look, without further ado, I'll move that we receive the report and thank you. Seconded Councillor Kesh. Councillor Gallagher, I won't open, but I'll reply if I need to. Over to you if you're debating.
For your team's wonderful work, and having had the privilege of coming to this chamber and hearing a cross section of younger Kirikiri Hamilton citizens give their take is important, and I think it's very important that I'll choose my words carefully. I could say we don't want just the rich and the powerful to capture our chamber, and I'm not being disrespectful because some of my best friends do a heck of a lot of work, across the board, and I respect that. But I think it's really important. I really like picking up in Te Pora's, you looked at, here we go, the Porritt Fairfield Enderley has item 33, the number of long-term plan submitters, and obviously the submissions process to our pillars of wellbeing, which we'll be discussing in a minute. But I think just getting young people here and engaging with them is fantastic, and thank you for the work you do. And logically, some people have come into this chamber, logically will be sitting in Paula Southgate's chair in years to come, and Mark's chair when Mark's the president of our grey power and has lost all of his humour, has come very grumpy. But seriously, it's the next generation. It's the next generation of leadership, and sort of don't underestimate. Thank you for your work. It's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Kesh. I just skipped everything and became old.
I just wanted to thank the community and social development team for their amazing work with improving engagement through the LTP process. Mark and I both talked about how one of our goals for this term was to improve engagement in all sectors of the community, but especially those groups that historically have really low percentages in terms of feedback. And, met with the team on numerous occasions, and our goal was to increase engagement. It was as simple as that. And we talked about community-led engagement, and then they just went off and did it. And, they've increased the youth voice, the ethnic voice, the Maori voice, and people feel more involved. You can feel the energy in the community. People feel like their voice matters, and they've learned more about council and council processes. And then, we've ended up with the highest engagement and feedback for an LTP process ever. So I just want to say congratulations and thank you to the team for all of their hard work and for getting out there into the community, away from the council building, and feeling what the community feels. Thank you.
Thank you, Kesh. All right, I will just sum up and say thank you to this group, actually, because there's not many events I go to where I'm alone as a councillor. I think this is a really engaged group of members, and some of those engagements are tougher than others, but we're there facing the music, and we're there, hearing the community. So I just want to thank you, committee, for getting out and about, and encourage you to keep on doing it. It's really great to see, and the community does appreciate it. Even if we don't end up agreeing with them, they appreciate being heard. So magnificent work. So I will move that we receive the report. It's seconded by Councillor Kesh. Those in favour, show of hands. Righty. I have summed up, but what the heck? Go for it. It's Christmas. It's all yours, Te Pora.
I just wanted to congratulate and acknowledge Dana. I think maybe it's her first kōrero in the chambers sitting around the table. So I wanted to acknowledge that. I also wanted to acknowledge Andy's leadership in a similar vein as Councillor Kesh for bringing our young ones to the table. Action planning is an important thing for us to focus on and so having those voices at the table, but in the wider sense, acknowledge the work that was done around Te Pou Manawa Order and having those voices and those submissions at the table. Particularly, what I do love about this report is one, the colourfulness of it and the way that the one-pager is presented in a way that really exemplifies the youth voices. What I did look for, and I was so happy to find, was the inclusion of our people living with impairments as well. So in my view, it's a very well-rounded report, and congratulations. Thank you.
Kia ora te pora. Okay, so we'll put it to the vote. Those in favour of receiving the report, show of hands, please. Thanks. Anyone against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
All right, good stuff. Okay, we'll rock on with Beale Cottage. Welcome, Joe, to the table.
Tēnā koutou. Staff were asked to look at options for the future use of the Beale Cottage Historic Reserve. We've come back with a recommendation to open it as a small museum attraction. This is quite an exciting option in a way that we can increase the appeal of the site, but also tell the stories in a new and inclusive way through history. So that's our preferred option. Shall we move on? Is everyone?
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry.
I just said
that I wasn't sure.
Yeah, look, I will ask. Kelly Pike brought up the question of the order of doing things, like will the garden get done, basically.
So with this option, we would increase. We've proposed to increase the budget by $5,000 per year, and that would enable an improvement in the level of service for the grounds.
Right.
Yeah, and.
Okay. Now I understand, Councillor O'Leary, you'd prefer to move this. Yep.
Yes, please, Mr. Chair.
Absolutely. Do we have a seconder? Not just a second. Thank you, Councillor Martin. Did you twitch?
I just wanted to add one little bit to what Joe said, just around the gardening, what Kelly brought up earlier on. I've had a quick chat to Mark Seebeck, our nursery manager, and what we do is actually look for some sponsorship. She mentioned the soil and plants and that sort of thing, so we thought there might be some opportunities. I think the budget needs to be there, but we will try and hunt out opportunities for sponsors and gifts and things like that, which will actually enhance what we're doing there. So I just thought I'd mention that anyway.
Thank you. Councillor Max.
There was talk during the investigation of Beale Cottage that we could use the outdoor areas for community events, small community events, or for activation in that kind of a way. Is that also part of what you would be planning here?
Yeah, there's the complication around that is that we would have to apply for resource consent for any kind of event at all. We just need to prove that we can, have the facilities for people, and it's a special residential zone. That doesn't mean that it can't happen, and I think that through applying this option that we would generate more interest in that kind of thing anyway. But certainly small events where...
Okay, yeah. So in terms of that and the resource consent application, and it goes to a comment that Mayor Paula made earlier about activating some of our streets and applying for closures, etc., that there's some significant cost involved in that, and that smaller community groups might not have the resource in order to be able to do that. How would we overcome that if that's an issue, and what kind of cost is involved in that resource consenting process?
So any change of use we'll have to get a resource consent for. So unless it's residential, we have to get a resource consent. So what we can do is get a resource consent that covers a few things. So I've checked I've spoken to the planners about this, and there's a lot of detail. It's got layers of complication around Beale Cottage around that. But you can get an overarching resource consent that would allow for some events. but doing that, we'd have to prove that, you know, there would be constraints on those, and I guess that's where council would step in and assist that to happen. Yeah, that would be our role.
And that would be not on a one-by-one basis, but would cover through the year, or?
That would have to be sorted through the consenting process. It really depends on each of the events. So, for example, if we would have a small poetry reading or something like that, that didn't charge entry fee, it may be different to then if we had a coffee cart. That would potentially, we would have to show that didn't conflict with other businesses around in the space. So it really depends on the type of event we were to have happen. Yeah, it's I didn't want to do too much work to this if we weren't going to proceed with that, but we certainly can do small events. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Maxine. I've got Angela, then Dave, then Kesh. So, Councillor Angela.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Joe, this is the first I've heard through all these conversations of us having to have a resource consent to run events. Why is that?
It's because it's on a special residential zone. So Beale Cottage is unique in that it is, if you look at the Hamilton East, or the district plan, it has its own little piece which is special residential. So if we had an event that was to generate any kind of commercial income, then we would have to prove that wasn't going to be cause problems for neighbouring areas or any of the local businesses.
So if you say a commercial income, so if the events were run to A, cover the cost of events, and B, any excess revenue from an event would go back into the upgrade and maintenance of Beale Cottage, does that still trigger a resource consent?
Probably. A koha might be okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we talked about the ability for, once the earthquake assessments have been done and the chimneys being fixed, that so like the venue could be used by the Hamilton Gardens Arts Festival. Would they then need a resource consent to run events there?
Yes.
And do they need a resource consent to run the festival?
It's not in a special, I'm not sure about that, but the gardens isn't in a special residential zone, so.
Do we have other heritage properties that we own, like the Frankton Hall, CAB, etc., that if we were to do something different with, like turn them into an event space, are they in the same predicament as this?
I don't know. I'm not a planner, so I'd have to have a look at the district plan, but you can, I mean, if it was, say, an event under a certain amount of people and it didn't require a lot of parking or extra toilets or things like that, that would be dealt with differently to, say, something like an event from the Hamilton Gardens Festival that might require a whole lot of parking and a whole lot of toilets and other facilities.
Maybe this one you won't be able to answer, so maybe Lance can answer it. Lance, would we need to change something in the district plan, and if so, could we change it for just one property?
Possibly, but I'm not a planner either. But the one thing I would say is that if anyone can get a resource consent for these sorts of things, if we can't do it with our resource in-house, then I think we'd have to ask some questions. So, look, we'll look at that further. As Joe said, it's not insurmountable, and we'll work through that.
Okay, I'd be interested to see what the costs and all the implications and size of events and things like that, because this is the first that I've heard of it. Secondly, in terms of the garden stuff, so why, Lance, you said we would look for external money, but I mean, seriously, we have a nursery and a whole lot of gardeners can we not look after it ourselves? Why do we have to try and find, you know, a couple of thousand here and a couple of thousand there? Why can't we get in and sort it out?
Oh, I think
And
with
it's the cost to everything.
yeah, what Joe's put up is that cost, which includes that internal cost. But what I'm just saying is there could be an opportunity to start partnering with an organisation which might have wider benefits to council as well with other projects too. So that would probably be our aim.
And will you look at external funding, like through, I don't think Heritage New Zealand actually have any money, do they? They just tell us all what to do. But through, are there funds like that we can start applying for because we're changing the structure of Beale Cottage? You know, the fact that it will sit under the museum. Are there opportunities there that you know of?
Possibly. We've got Indy and Lisa having a look at. Look, you're right, there are a whole bunch of obscure funds out there and that sort of thing, so we're doing some work on that. But I think, as we discussed previously, that to get things done, council committed to the capital expenditure for the structural upgrades, and to make things happen, we probably have to, you know, make sure we've got skin in the game. And look, if we get funding which can offset council funding, then we'll do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Angela.
Thanks, Chair.
No worries. Councillor Dave.
Yes, thanks. Angela asked some of the questions that I was going to talk about, and my joke about being a bad idea to talk to planners is a bit unfair on the planners themselves. It's the system, the RMA system they operate under, that is undoubtedly the problem. But it puts a wet blanket on anything that's a good idea for the community. Look, I bet you if we'd asked planners about closing the roads for those special play days, we would have been in severe trouble as well earlier in the meeting. So I think that I'm asking maybe the General Manager if we can approach this in a way of not what can and can't we do, but saying this is what we want to do.
What's it going to take to do it? Yeah.
Tell us the plan change that will be needed on the spot zone change or whatever it is like that would be needed to enable this so that we don't have to apply individually or every year or anything stupid like that for these events, for such a good idea in an area that's actually a sort of mixed residential and commercial anyway now, and educational, and the whole works there. It's not really a standard suburb, that part of Hamilton. So could we get at a high level an agreement that a piece of work be done? If it needs to be thrown into the district plan committee to be on the list, then do it that way. Can we handle it that way? Good, yep. Thanks.
Good question, Dave. Thanks for your brevity. Councillor Kesh.
Hi, John. Just with the year-long pilot, I mean, our museum is a visitor attraction. So how will this be promoted? Is there a marketing plan? How are we going to let people know?
Well, that's a good question. I guess that's in the implementation. It would be that would be for the museum to organise, but it would be something that would be a new exhibition. So it would be an exciting thing to talk about. Yeah.
So is there budget?
So we'll use all our mediums. So at the moment we're just regrouping all our marketing resource around our visitor destinations facilities, and we see this as quite an exciting opportunity. And as you all know, at any of our destinations, you want to have new things going on, whether they're events or structures or facilities or whatever, and we see this as something which would be new. We feel there could be a lot of interest, but the marketing team are quite excited about this too. So we'd use a whole bunch of different mediums to do that, and also through Andy's team as well. You know, we're getting good links into the community now, and we'll use as many avenues as we can. And Stephen at the libraries is quite keen to do a lot of cross-promotion as well of different council services and events, not just the library events and that sort of thing.
And so just on that, with, say, for example, we start taking school groups and things through, is there a restriction on numbers that would be allowed in, like with the whole resource consent issue, or?
The thing is, we'll have to get a resource consent for the chimneys, to be fixed anyway, so there's an opportunity to bundle something together. It really is, it just depends on the type of event, and that's something that we have to work through the application process. It's sort of not as easy just to sort of say, do we have one or don't we have one? And that would take some conversations with Heritage New Zealand. Parking is a big issue in obtaining those resource consents. Also the effect on neighbouring properties. But if you were to get a school bus, for example, that would be something that, or the school could walk there, you know, I guess that would be the sort of thing they'd be talking about, yeah.
So there's no restriction on numbers?
Well, the only restriction I got was it had to be fewer than 1,000, so I don't really see 1,000 people fitting into Beale Cottage very comfortably.
Great place for a cycleway.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
I
you.
guess it's just part of it is just explaining that there are limitations with what we can do there, and that we just need to take those into, be realistic with what we want to achieve from it.
School groups would probably, we'd put it into our education program at the museum. And if there's limitations, then you can split. Normally it's about 30 kids in the lecture hall and the classroom we've got downstairs, but you may split that into 2 groups of 15, and they'll have their walking around there. And once we build our beautiful bridge across the river, then pedestrian bridge, then it'll be a lot easier as well.
Right. Thanks, Kesh. Councillor Rob?
I can see all those bikes all lining up.
If only we had a cycle path there. Eh?
Oh, we will have one by then. Thanks, Joanna. My question is around the budget, which looks rather light in terms of OPEX costs. And I just wondered whether you're comfortable with how robust that is. I mean, I've seen, and there's no one here from finance today, but you know, I could imagine that the organisation overheads would be 3 or 4 times the amount of budget that we've allocated to this. So are there some other costs that would get absorbed? You know, there's existing costs of holding Beale Cottage, which might become a bit more transparent in here. But, you know, 25,000 a year to run it with staff just seems very, very light to me.
You've got to remember it's only 1 day per week, and this is at the rate of our visitor hosts at the museum. So
yeah, but I'm thinking, we're talking about school parties turning up, and you know, what day of the week is that going to be? You know,
that's already covered by our 2 educators at the museum. So if it's part of an education program, it wouldn't be.
We would open up specially for them.
Yeah, it wouldn't be in addition to the current education programs. It would become part of the education programs with current resource.
Yeah, okay. I'm just a little bit sceptical that $24,000 a year to run even a 1-day museum seems very, very light. But if it's had scrutiny from finance, then I'm happy to accept that. But if it hasn't, maybe it should.
I've been all over this with our group accountant and also with Sheree from the museum. So
right, okay.
So we're quite confident with this. Remember,
okay,
it is a trial.
Well, that just looks light for this organisation.
To be fair, though, it doesn't include the overhead. So the overheaded amount for the museum, this is, you know, you're only talking.
I know this is a kind of operating cost, but but is that overhead moved from another activity to this one? Then it should ideally reflect as being part of the cost of operating this event.
Yeah, the overhead that would go with this would be part of the overall museum overhead, and Tracy said that it actually there wouldn't be a lot more. You're just spreading the overhead further.
Okay, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rob. Right, if there are no further questions, better turn the microphone on. If there are no further questions, Councillor Angela, would you like to open up with debate?
Yes, thank you. Look, I'm hoping from what I've heard that everyone's going to support this. And just, you know, it makes me reflect back and just how long things take to get moving. The city purchased Thanks, Mark.
Thank you, Angela. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I certainly acknowledge Councillor Angela's strong political advocacy for this particular precious site. And I also want to take the opportunity of thanking and noting Joanna's expertise and vocation. And this is a good example where in heritage and specialist issues, this is why the Chief Executive, Mr Deputy Chief Executive, employs specialist staff who have specialist expertise. And obviously I've approached this as a pure layperson, but I want to thank that the advice that the staff, Joanna particularly, and the team has said, this is what we need to do with this particular significant treasure. The irony for Beale Cottage, of course, it's historic because in terms of other structures in Hamilton East, it has seen buildings come and go. Forgive me, I will have a moment. Euphrates House. Do we thank the Catholic dioceses for tearing that down? No, we do not. Riverina Hotel, it came and went. There are other buildings, the Royal Hotel. So Hamilton East has a very unique, special part of our history, both in terms of pre-European times and post when the boat came down the river. So this is at least a moment of time where, in terms of land that we own, we can actually save and protect. What I would like to say, and I'm sorry if I keep going on about it, please bring out the Hamilton East plan again, colleagues. It is a good coffee table book. It's nice. Dust it off, blow the webs, because there's a whole opportunity for a redevelopment, if you like, talking to other property owners and the community in Hamilton East. And I have to say, Mr Bunting, you East Ward councillors have been incredibly effective in terms of the North East. All that money you've got through the LTP plan is amazing. You've been really good. Thank you. We did do Wellington Street Beach, but I do think, you know, this, I would just like to see this in a context of the total moving forward of Hamilton East as well. But I think this, Mr Chair, will be a very, very special place, and I thank the expertise that we have in our staff that have brought this report today.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge Councillor Angela for really bringing this to the table. And I think it's, what I find really exciting is how this, the location of Beale Cottage and how it connects to the museum. So when we do have the walking and cycling bridge over the river, then we've suddenly got this amazing connection from one place of storytelling to another. And then we have a future street upgrade and cycleway going along Grey Street and Beale Street. But actually what that means is that Hamilton East is going to be an amazing place to eat, to shop, and to learn about, you know, the history of Hamilton and to experience culture. And I think that this is going to be a really special place both for people of Hamilton to enjoy as well as for our visitors. It'll be a really cool hub, so really looking forward to seeing it progress.
Great, thank you very much. Look, I'll just add a couple of cents worth, just in response to a couple of comments. Regards Martin, Councillor Gallagher rather, in his North East, the gardens and the Unilink, they're not exactly small fry, but your point's noted. I've loved hearing the visionary stuff creeping into this meeting, you know, more and more. I love hearing Councillor O'Leary talking about school groups under trees and the likes. This is the kind of stuff that I really want to foster through this committee. Also, I'm very, very excited about the idea of the museum, taking this under its wing. I think this is not only going to be great for Beale Cottage, to at last get some movement in there, but also it's going to be great for the museum to be an outpost type organisation. I think it's going to be great for that organisation. I think, look, and I seriously think that one of the biggest threats we have for these kind of places is the government and their plans for infill housing, but that's a debate for another day. So, Councillor O'Leary, would you like to reply, or we should just put it to the vote? Okay, I've got a feeling it's might go your way. I don't want to anticipate these things, but all right, so we'll put the motion to the vote as recommended. Those in favour, show of hands, please. Deborah, good stuff.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Well done, thank you. All right, now it's 12:20. We're stonking along quite nicely. Are you happy to carry on with Hapo Manawa and the GM's report before lunch? How are you feeling? Yep, okay, let's crack into it. Thank you very much. Well done, Joe. Thank you. Item 12, Hapo Manawa Ora. Now, yep, and I probably reckon Martin would like to second this. What do you reckon? Yep, great. Okay. The floor's yours, gents.
Got it.
Got it.
Thank you, Chair and councillors. So I'll take the report as read. The Hapo Manawa Ora strategy. It's obviously sort of the we've seen versions of it a few times. This is what we hope is the final version for a recommendation to adopt. Recommendation for adoption to council. This reflects the feedback that we have had from public engagement, where we had over 1,000 submissions. It also has been updated to reflect discussion and feedback from elected members at a briefing a couple of weeks ago. So there's some specific feedback received at that workshop, as well as some direction given to staff to tighten up some of the wellbeing outcomes, which we have done, and to introduce a few bits of extra text. So the changes in the attachment to the report has got what we consider to be the final strategy or the recommended strategy, and attachment 3 summarises what has changed from the version that went out for consultation. So with that being said, I will leave it for questions.
Thank you, Sean. It's been around the block quite a few times. We've split a lot. So, are there any questions at this point? All right, well, I'm going to let you open the floor then, Ollie.
Thank you, Chair Mark, and thank you everyone who have had an input into the development of the strategy. A long gestation period and significant amount of work has been put into it by council and also by staff. I think the adoption of this strategy adds to the step change for council. It will support and provide a tuapapa or a foundation for the mighty wards when they come in and provide a strategic framework. It is a strategy. I think there are a number of good coat hangers within the strategy, within that framework, that projects, actions, tangible actions can be hung off and delivered on. I want to acknowledge Muna Wharawhara, particularly for the work that he and tenacity he has shown for driving this document through. Strategies consume a huge amount of time and effort and many sleepless nights. Muna, mihi atu kia koe te tuakana nā hau e whakarite, whakawharekitia I tēnei tuapapa mō tātou. Mihi atu kia koe. So just acknowledge Muna for his hard work. I think, we had a really good example, an excellent example earlier in the meeting of a strategy that has been developed in the play strategy and how powerful a strategy can be with ownership not only of council but from a range of external stakeholders. And I think this strategy provides council with that opportunity to expand this from being a council strategy but not owned entirely or solely by council, but by a wide range of stakeholders. And I think the 1,000 plus submissions during the consultation period of this strategy talks to the willingness and the amount of organisations and people that will be willing to get on board this document, this strategy, and help deliver on its outcomes. I think, like any Colin Powell said, strategy equals execution. I think should council adopt this strategy, and I encourage councillors to support it, this will get us to the starting point, and from there we can realise the fruits from its implementation. Thank you.
Kia ora, Ollie. I'll throw a couple of quick comments in here. The other day, you'll remember some councillors, we went in a Wakaama. We went down the river, and it was a tremendous day. It was great fun. So I've sort of been trying to draw an analogy for you, Mona, of this, and if you were in any position in that waka, you'd be the dude at the back trying to steer this jolly great big thing as you're trying to get us all to paddle at the same time and in the right direction. I mean, and everything is against you, the currents, the paddlers, the weather, everything. So congratulations on steering us this far. I'm looking forward to going to council to get ratified. But thank you for your patience and congratulations on the engagement. It's been certainly one of the more passionate things we've brought through this committee. And and man, what numbers. So kia ora for the future of it. Councillor Dave.
Kia ora koutou. Like to tautoko everything that my mate Holly here said. It was a great speech. And just add that in the 23 years I've been on council, this is possibly the first time that I've ever been enthusiastic about a strategy, because I can see those coat hangers that Ollie mentioned in here, and that I'm totally confident there will be actions hanging on those coat hangers shortly, and this has prepared the groundwork. I would also agree with Ollie's comments about Muna's hard work. Thank you, Muna, for the work you've done over a number of years leading up to this point. I think the fact that the heat went right out of the Māori wards debate, it didn't end as controversial as many in the community claimed it was, well, not maybe many, that there were a lot less in the community that actually treated it as controversial and a bad thing than we probably expected when we started that debate, was down to some of the work that was done with this strategy. The fact that this itself has been widely accepted by the community has meant that there is a lot of education and reflection going on in the community, and people have recognised that yes, the sun is going to come up the day after we adopt these strategies. Look at it out there now, and that the Māori wards are not going to mean eternal darkness and etc. etc. So I'm seeing a lot of sea change happening around this city, and in fact around this country, and this is a pleasing part of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Kia ora te pora.
Thank you, Chair. Mihi anō kia koe e taku whanaunga, e taku rangatira e muna. O tira kia koe Sean mō Korua Mahi i tēnei whainga pai. So I just wanted to also support He Paumanawa order going up to Council, but to congratulate both Sean and Muna on the mahi that was put into bringing this in. I'm in complete agreement with both Ollie and Councillor Dave. It's certainly a milestone for all of us to get to this point, to now move this up to Council. Look, I'm of the view that despite the challenges and the environment bringing through Māori wards, the Paumanawa order will certainly be a platform for us to move so much further on in alignment with all the many decisions that have been made thus far. So again, congratulations to the team, but also to those sitting around the table in the chambers today, because certainly this would have not come through without all of your support, questions, you've pulled it all at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Te Pora. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, kia ora koutou. As Chair of the Hearings Committee, it was my enormous privilege to chair the meeting when the formal submission process was made. And it doesn't matter how old or young you are, you continue to learn, particularly in my case, always learning. And I was genuinely moved at the range of submissions, particularly from our younger people, and the submissions that came from their heart, and the number who were a little bit nervous to make us submissions. And I have to say, I have to be a little bit circumspect, I guess. I couldn't fail to be personally and emotionally a little upset with some of the counter submissions that came from people, some people who looked a little like me, and who weren't learning from our younger people and how wonderful they were, and the incredible dignity and restraint that the audience showed when some of that honest conversation was honest, all right, but it wasn't in one or two cases particularly pleasant. And we have made huge progress in this country and will continue to make progress. But I am minded, and please indulge me when I reflect on a taxpayer union ratepayer meeting in Tauranga, when a citizen of our nation stood and started to speak official language of this country, Māori, that is spoken in this country since the 13th century, and some people who still live in this country had the temerity to boo her. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it. And frankly, those episodes of what is blatant, whatever, upsets me enormously. However, we are making progress. We are making great progress with, as Mayor Paula said, honest conversations. Indulge me, I want to also acknowledge Mayor Andrew King for starting this recent process. But I also want to cast back to an earlier time, and it's been acknowledged in the report, with people such as our late Mayor Sir Ross Jansen, Wikuki Kingi, Dame Tiata, Hare Puki, and of course then Councillor Pitahira Kaio, who in an earlier generation with others around them, not just those people, but many people around them, started, if you like, an earlier example of this relationship building, and this is a series of steps. But I thank Muna and his team so much for your incredible work. building, if you like, on those earlier generations that have done so much, and hopefully younger people and the new generations will build on what's been done today. I'll make one final point. The irony is not lost on me. I welcome Māngai Te Pora's contribution and Māngai Oli's contribution. They will not be able to make a contribution at full council. And of course, in 18 months' time or whenever, that of course will change when we do have a Māori voice at our full council as well, and I certainly welcome that. Already we are making progress, and thank you to all the staff and the team for this step, this important step we're taking.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Martin. Councillor Maxine.
Thanks. I wasn't going to speak, but I think this is a really important opportunity for us as a city when we're introducing this strategy to be able to reflect on how far we've come. And I think the strategy sets out an opportunity for us to be able to explore how far we can go. I thank Muna, and I recognise the leadership that he has shown through this introduction of the strategy, but I also acknowledge the connections that he's had to make in order to be able to really reflect the aspirations of mana whenua, and that I also reflect on some of the submissions that were made through the process, and acknowledge that youth were one of the largest groups of submitters through that process. And for me, that tells me that we're starting to really engage with younger Hamiltonians, with Māori, with our rangatahi, to really engage them around the kinds of processes that we have here at Council, and that they can imagine themselves being involved in this process. And that's really encouraging to me, because it just gives us a vision for what's possible for all Hamiltonians, and it really sets out a blueprint for engagement. Through the PO there are numerous measures and opportunities about what we will do, and that gives people the chance to be involved through that. So I really look forward to the opportunities that this will give us as a city to be able to widen that. So thank you to those involved in that. We've already seen the fruits of this coming to fruition through the introduction of our Māori Ward Council seats, and that's going to be another process too for us to be engaged with, and to encourage our youth and city to be involved through that participation. So thank you.
Kia ora, Maxine. Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair Mark. I will be supporting Poumanua Ora today for all the reasons articulated by previous speakers. I think New Zealand is a nation that is now bold and mature enough to have some meaningful conversations. And I, for one, am committed to the partnership with Māori as enshrined by the Treaty of Waitangi, and that is why I voted for Māori Wards, and I'll be fully supporting Poumanua Ora. I do want to raise an issue that I feel it is important to raise, and that is, out of any partnership, we're not always going to agree on every issue. And I, for one, am really fearful of some aspects that may come about as issues of reviewing street naming rights and the art policy that is included in this document. I feel we potentially are embracing this cancel culture that is being spread around the world, And I, for one, do not believe that unilaterally rewriting history is appropriate. And there are aspects of our history that is ugly, and I'm the first to acknowledge it. But you don't fix that by rewriting it. You write a story next to it, and you let society generally interpret it. It is not our job to suddenly unilaterally decide we don't like the past, we think it's ugly, and that we, in a single stroke of a pen, will cancel it out. That is a failed premise. And so, in my approach to our partnership, I will stand strong when it comes to those wanting to rewrite unilaterally our history. But don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that every aspect of our history that we should be proud of, that we shouldn't cover it up. We have to stand bold and talk about it. We don't talk about it by cancelling it. So that is my cautionary tale. Please take it in the sense that it's meant to be respectful. I'm just raising it, and I intend to raise it as a partner as we move forward.
Thank you, Ewan. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. First, I want to acknowledge the work that has gone into this strategy. It hasn't been an easy journey, and as Councillor Ewan has pointed out, we have some really challenging conversations to come from this, but we absolutely shouldn't be shying away from those. So I'm really glad that we're at this stage and that we are going to keep moving forward and having those difficult conversations. What I really like about, something I really like in this strategy is the whakatauki, nā tōu roro, nā tōku roro ka ora te iwi, which means through our collective commitment, the people prosper. And I think that's really important to the strategy because, firstly, there are things in here that we as a council can achieve just ourselves, but there are many, or with the community quite easily and directly, but there are many things that we can't actually achieve alone, and we're just one piece of the puzzle in achieving. So we've got to work with our partners, work with central government, work with iwi Mātai Waka to actually achieve some of the outcomes that are in here. The other thing is that as councillors, I think we all have a collective responsibility to make sure that when we're making decisions, this strategy is at the forefront of our minds. It's not just for Ollie or Te Pora or Māori ward councillors who come in next term to be championing. It's for all of us to collectively be championing. So there's the collective responsibility, I think, is really important. I think it's incredibly positive for the city moving forward. So thanks again for all of the work that's gone into this. Kia ora.
Thank you, councillors, for some excellent debate. I wish I hadn't wasted my debate on a silly analogy about a waka now. There's so much more to say, but never mind, that's the way it rolls. All right, so it has been moved by Mangai Ollie. Thank you, Mangai. Do you want to respond?
I would. Thank you, Chair Mark Te Turu. Can I just acknowledge the previous speakers? I'd like to acknowledge Councillor Wilson's point. It's, I feel it's great that we are at a maturity now to have these really courageous conversations, and they'll be hard and tough. But I think it feels right and good that we're having them as a partnership, and that's really, really encouraging. So, my thanks and acknowledgement to all councillors and once again to staff who have been involved in the development of the strategy to get us to a starting point. Many Māori whakatauki, and the one that springs to mind for this strategy is mā te huru huru te manu kārere, with feathers a bird can fly. Tēnā tātou.
Good, Ollie. Right, we will race to the board. Oh, yeah, I think we'll go to the board on this one. So we haven't used it all day, so we might as well. Yeah, it's a bit funny sometimes, isn't it? And so we'll go with, sorry, can you find your tick button, Te Pora, or do you just want to wave your hand? Yep.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Anyone wants a nut or an almond or something, including those in the gallery, they're here if you're hungry. Okay, please. I'm going to pass them around. Anyone like one? They're pretty good. Yeah, yeah, we're going to carry on. No, we'll carry on, Martin, if that's all right. You want to sneak away? Yep, that's fine. We've got a quorum, so you're cool. All right. Chair's report. Beg your pardon, the GM's report. Over to you, birthday boy.
Thanks, Chair Mark. I've got Emily here and Maria just to help with any questions on the 3 houses, which is the first bit of the report. So the reason why we've reported this back now is we had a deadline around that, but also what we want to do around those 3 houses is there's another piece of work happening at the moment around our community facilities, and also which Councillor Wilson brought up. We were bringing back a report around the list of the groups that want facilities. So there's sort of a growing list which came up at a previous meeting. We're suggesting that we defer any decisions on 2 of the properties until we come back with that full list and have that clearer picture. We're also going to have a briefing before the August meeting as well, so that you can have a free and frank discussion around that. The other one is the property at Memorial Park, where there was talk of having a potential for a cafe and that sort of thing, and the work that Emily's from our facilities team has done with the strategic property team and also with Maria is just having a look at that. And our advice at the moment is to probably leave an EOI for that until when the timing of the bridge across the river becomes clearer. The advice we've had from the strategic property team is that there probably wouldn't be a lot of appetite in the current climate at the moment for that from operators. There's been some discussions with various operators and that sort of thing. So our advice is to defer an EOI until we actually have some clearer direction around. Obviously, Council's put some funding in the draft 10-year plan, and then obviously you're going to be ticking the 10-year plan off on Thursday with some of that funding. Obviously, then there's going to have to be fundraising for the rest of that significant funds that are needed for the bridge. So that's sort of it in a nutshell. And we're happy to answer any questions around that.
Okay. Councillor Angela. We'll take questions on both those items if you like.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Lance, I don't like to be pedantic, but I'm going to be, and appreciate the bridge and everything else. But the resolution that I moved was that a business case come back, and I know we've deferred it, on the houses being community lease space and a cafe, and then I think we asked, a member requested that we put the possible sales. So I'm just a little bit confused and concerned that, and I realise the staff recommendation says approves the deferral, but the staff recommendation also slightly changes the original intention of my motion, because the recommendation says until the need for these buildings as community spaces is established through the community facilities strategy. And that's not what I asked for in the resolution. And can you just arbitrarily decide that we're not going to have a business case, even though it was a motion put by the council? To be pedantic.
Well, we're putting a recommendation. Look, if you want a business case, then we can come back with that, and we can do a bit more work on that. For the other 2 properties, we're just saying just hold off for a couple of months until we look at the bigger picture, and then. But if we've missed the intent of the resolution, then apologies for that, and we're happy to come back with that business case going forward, and we can get, obviously Nick Wells is back now in the strategic property team to work with Emily's team and Maria's around that. So if we've missed the intent of that, apologies. If you want things to happen a bit quicker, then we're comfortable to do that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I appreciate your expertise and the staff in this area, and I don't want to cause, us to spend money on a business case when early indication from you are saying that's not really required right now. I'm just making sure that, we do have motions and resolutions often that don't meet expectations. I guess what I would like is at some point, whether it's a briefing or just an email, just to understand, because you just mentioned the comment about you've had a chat with some operators who might not be interested, but of course that's different to going out with expressions of interest. So I guess for me personally, need the loop closed in some of those conversations, and what you're thinking is around the potential for these houses to be there or not be there with the pedestrian bridge, etc. So, I'm just, raising a concern that the intent of the resolution was hasn't been satisfied, but also just happy to support this deferral as long as at some point you can fill in those gaps for me.
Yeah, so if you're comfortable, I think B would cover that. So if you're comfortable, when we come back to that briefing in the next 2 months, remembering council's going to have a wee bit of a break from meetings in July, we'll bring back that part of it that you mentioned around the EOI for a commercial type cafe type thing, which was one option for that. Yeah. So we're happy to bring that back if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah, or as you said, there may be opportunities because we don't really understand, I as an elected member don't understand the exact location of a proposed pedestrian bridge as well, because I wouldn't want, anything to get in the way of that.
Correct.
So that we can have some information around that at that briefing as well?
Correct, yep. So we can bring all that, so you have all that information, then we can move from there.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Angela. Councillor Martin.
That's just obviously the Mem Drive, Memorial Drive. That kind of briefing would be talking about a possible sequencing as well. So because obviously with the Memorial Park, now we're moving into some of the micro detail of where the exact look of the crossing. So how does that relate to Memorial Park? How does that relate to the building, which could be a cafe, and whether it's a stage 1, stage 2? Would that basically what you'd be?
Yeah, correct. So it's that context, and I think that's what Councillor Angela was talking about too. Yeah. So we'll bring that back, and obviously there'll be discussions at the Central City Advisory Group as well. And
just assure me, from memory, there was some talk, or there was some chatter at the time about these properties in Memorial Drive, Crosby, being, looked at privatisation. That's all gone now, is it? That's disappeared?
That wasn't the resolution. That's my understanding. So it was around the use for community space or for a cafe.
So that, because there was some talk at the time, about
correct. I think we've already had that debate and made that decision. That's
gone. That's over. Thank goodness. Just look, I'm aware of keen interest in the other Memorial Drive property, and obviously one organisation which we both have expressed interest, because they were expressing interest in the house that was up by the water tower in Ruakiwi. So just can you sort of timeline that process and then expressions of interest?
So what we'll do is when we come back to the briefing, we'll have the context of the previous resolution that Councillor Ewan put up. I think it was at the previous community committee meeting. It might have been a council meeting. Sorry, I can't recall.
No, it's community. Yeah.
Which there's a list of organisations which have some challenges at the moment. So it was around not only buildings but also land as well. So we'll bring back that entirety so that you get that flavour of that, and then we can take instruction from there where we go. But would also look at have a bit of a sniff and a poke at those groups and say which ones would fit best in those types of structures or facilities.
Yeah, thank you for that. So in terms of a timeline, you talk a couple of months, are we sort of August, September,
August,
October?
that report's coming back in
sort of-
August.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Can I just ask? Oh, you got more questions? Oh, she's twitching.
Twitching again, sorry, elected members.
That's a long-term plan.
So what I was going to add is that we're currently in the process of surveying all our community group leaseholders in terms of what their current space is, so that we can get that full picture for you of capacity and demand right across the network. And then we'll do our very best to see which groups can work together. And then we can look at whether there's a demand for new facilities.
Great.
So
Thank you.
that is
That's
all
good to
coming to
hear.
August.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Look, just changing tack, just very briefly on the grants rounds and the idea of the councillors being on the panel, etc. I called around everybody yesterday, or pretty much everybody, to see if they would be interested in it was a unanimous yes. So does your wording
I think Becca's come up with some better wording.
Great. What have we got? I think the intention was, councillors, that with this one, is that Kesh and I would sit on all four of those grants rounds, but so it wasn't too demanding on all of you, because they do take a lot of time, but we also do want to have strong input, that the other two positions from councillors would be like on a rotational basis. Oh, you've got that word in there, everything. That we set these meetings early, so we make firm commitments in our calendars, because they are quite time consuming, but they're well worth it. And obviously you have 4 councillors and a mangai on each of those panels, along with staff. So that was what we're trying to get to, and I think we are sorted with that. So, what was that? Right, okay, great, fantastic. All right, so I'll move that this report be received, etc., and all that, and we've got Councillor Kesh seconding it. Any questions on the motion? Any?
I've got a question, because I'm looking at the original one that's in here. Does it mean that each meeting would have yourself and Councillor Kesh and two other people, including one Mongo Maori and one councillor, is that?
2 councillors and a mangai. So
Okay. Is there further wording on that motion, or is?
Actually, we haven't got that in there.
Because that's not in there, unless there's further wording underneath rotational basis.
So we'll just clarify that, Councillor Pesco.
What we're after, what I'm trying to achieve is that we have 4 councillors and mangai on each one of those discussions.
Yeah, quorum.
Yeah, then the quorum. Yeah, the quorum's right.
Yeah, that's right. 4 members and mangai Māori. 4 elected members and mangai Māori.
Yeah.
Sure, man.
Why are you leaving it determined by chair or deputy? Surely it should, everybody's in the pool, and a meeting comes along, and those who want to come along, and there's simply a quorum of 4. Because otherwise, inherently, you and the deputy are then having to look at a pool and choose which of us you would like us to come. Do you see what I'm saying? It's highly unusual.
Yeah.
Each meeting through that Smarty Grants thing, that you'd need to know a few weeks before the meeting whether you're actually on that particular particular funding round.
Just to clarify, the resolution was to have 4 elected members, not a quorum of 4.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Total of 4.
So so there's what I was trying to achieve through this, and I'm grateful for your help with this, is that each of those grants is quite separate. So, for example, the creative partnership grant, I'm trying to get strong involvement from economic development, for example, so we can involve business and art together. So I just sort of thought, well, we can sort of go with, first of all, who has the strongest area of expertise in those particular grants, and then who else is available. But
Yes, and
we
we
can think
spoke,
of a better way to do it.
and we spoke about that, and
Yeah.
at that stage of your discussion, you were going to name individuals, and then it suddenly ended up with this non-specific you choose on the day.
Yeah, well, I'm more than happy to go another way if you can think of a better way. It's just I want
Well,
to.
now that Councillor Rob has scared me with all the amount of work that's
Well,
required.
no, I'm only reflecting on a previous grant committee that I was on.
There was a ton of work.
And navigating my way around Smarty grants.
I think you told me once you want to be
bloody
careful what you
hours.
ask for, right? So,
Yeah, so I'm withdrawing my interest.
We'll leave
because
it
I
at the
can see
path.
you're going to.
On to all four of them. Oh, how quick!
I agree.
How quickly it all changes.
Yep.
All those in favour?
I'll move, Chair. No.
So so I think what I'm trying to do is keep it flexible in that one. But yeah. So does that? Any other ideas or questions on that one? Because we're on a good roll here. So. Okay, we'll keep it as it is then. I've moved, and Kesh has seconded it. So have we, noting that the quorum, that the makeup will be, it's meant to be 4 members and Māngai Māori.
No, you got the wording all up the door.
Yes, I can see that.
It
Yeah.
should say with 5 community committee members, including at least 1 Māngai.
Oh, that's nice, Dave. Liking that. Good point. So did you hear that, Carmen? And
Not so relevant, it's the membership bit.
it's the makeup of it, isn't it? Yeah. Hang on, they're just having a bit of a debate amongst themselves. But Carmen?
This is called designing a committee by committee.
Tell me about it. Well, it is a committee, you know. Right.
We'll slip in the bit about Ewan being an automatic member.
All right. Carmen, can I just draw your attention? Dave had some pretty good wording there too, actually, so.
No, it'll be chair and deputy will be, yeah.
Yeah. At least one. Yeah. that's
No,
good.
include, instead of with after the first meeting, should be including.
At least one, yeah.
Yeah.
And do you want Ewan with a capital E or a...
Maxine, do you want permanent in here? It'll be the 2 permanent members.
It means that anyway.
Yeah, all right, as long as everyone's clear.
You get what we're trying to achieve with this? Yep.
Okay.
Okay. And you and I'll be ringing you every week to try and get you on this. Right, great.
You'll be on every one, yeah.
There's no meeting fee for that, Ewan.
Everyone happy with the grammar? Would anyone like to take issue with the font we've used? We're okay? Okay. All right. Councillor Munn.
That's cool. I'm just going back to the first. Obviously, we're going to meet in August. But as per, and I've just reread the 19th of May 2020 Community Committee resolution, I take it that we are not pursuing, as well as the possible sale of these properties, etc., etc. We are.
We'll get that answer first.
Yeah, I
Pretty
mean,
sure they can answer before.
I understand the business case, but any business cases around community use or a lease.
Correct.
Thank you.
Sorry, there was a outburst? A twitching, yeah.
Did the earlier resolution include that? So we can't just unilaterally undo an
No,
existing.
you can't, you're right.
So
The original resolution's on page, on point number 8. Okay.
I
and
just
GM.
Yes, sorry. I've misled you. Just looking at the resolution, that it would include the possible sale in the business case. Look, we did present that information previously. It was for one of the properties, well, for both those properties, it's not straightforward at Memorial Drive because it's within the park and there's first rights of refusal. So, but we did say we would bring back the information on that and show the complexities involved in that.
the full picture.
So we
We've
will
moved on, haven't we?
No, there's a resolution.
There's a resolution.
Maybe not.
Yeah. But the business case will tease that out and then you can make your final decision so there's no decision made.
I would be happy to, under B, so we're crystal clear of what we're now looking for, and that the possible sale of these properties will not be pursued.
So procedural point of
So
order.
you're saying, yeah, go on, Ewan, I think I'm going
Could governance explain whether or not from the floor that could actually be included in light of the fact there's an existing resolution of council? You'd have to strike out the original. You can't just... It's very clumsy and totally unexpected from Councillor Martin. Surely,
It's very expected.
surely you can't just unravel an existing resolution.
So you can,
The mover accepts it, the original mover of the motion back then or now?
Not back then.
the mover of this one today. I'll just get some guidance from Becca first, ma'am.
normally if you're going to do a notice
No,
of
that's
revocation,
what I'm
you'd
saying.
be
It's not-
altering the motion.
Yeah. So it says it does say as well as a possible sale. It was the 19th of May.
That was, sorry, Chair, that was one of my, sorry,
Yeah.
Councillor
Well,
Wilson,
that's
that was
what
my
Martin's trying to do.
concern, that this current motion, even without taking it out, because I
You
certainly
should have
never
stopped.
wanted to put the buildings up for sale, I can't remember who popped that in there. But,
Yeah.
is that this motion supersedes the other previous motion, which is yet to be delivered.
Yeah.
It doesn't have that in the
All right,
business
hang on a
case.
second.
And Ewan's asking, can we do that with a further resolution?
But they're deferring it anyway, so it's going to come back, and then at that point, with the report, they can decide to make changes.
Can you guys speak to the meeting and let us know what your recommendation is?
Did you want me to cover that?
Yep.
So my understanding, this is going to come back anyway, so at the point that it comes back with the business case, with the information from the report, would be where you would want to make any changes, or you could make any changes at that point. To do it now would be really messy, and I don't think you could do it, because we would need to go under an alteration of a previous motion, and that is quite a bit of a process. So my strong recommendation is to wait for the information to come back.
Certainly have the Chair of Finance in the room. I'm just aware that if
It's only a business case.
a business, so there's not a big cost, you're not going to go...
They've already done it.
Sure.
Yeah, it's not a big cost to do that, include it.
Yeah, because the issue, just to be crystal clear,
We're not
the
going to debate
previous
it, mate.
resolution requested potentially a privatisation of two properties on reserve.
Yeah, point of order?
The point of order is that the member is redebating an
Yeah.
issue that he can't speak to
Yeah,
on a
I
historical
accept
issue.
that point of order. Yeah, exactly. So, Martin, I think you've made your point. We've had a recommendation from governance. Okay, it's up to you if you want to pursue it, but I think the recommendation is that we let it lie. I think you've...
Common sense will ultimately prevail. Thank you.
I think you can have strong confidence in that. All right, so, it was all going so well. It has been moved. No further questions. Any debate? I will not lead on debate. I think we've got there to a point. Any other debate? Okay, with that said, I will not reply to my brilliant debate. So those in favour of A, B and C, show of hands please. Any against?
The motion is carried unanimously.
Oh, blast.
Chair, I'll move us into confidential.
Seconded. Those in favour? Show of hands. Against? Thank you.